topic. I believe that even our discussion will be very good. And what's excellent, that we have a panelists which are covering very broad spectrum. So hopefully all the questions and mainly the answers will be very interesting for you. So first, I will start with ladies. So I would like to invite Daria Vladikova. Professor Daria Vladikova is head of Department of Hydrogen Technologies at the Institute of Sustainable Transition and Development at Trakia University in Bulgaria. She is also the professor of electrochemistry at the Institute of Electrochemistry and Energy Systems at the Bulgarian Academy of Sciences. She is working in the field of fuel cells and electrolyzers testing, as well as in deployment of hydrogen technologies. She is the author of the more than 130 scientific publications with 1,200 citations. She received the Hermann Gere Award by European Fuel Cell Forum. Professor Vladikova is member of governing board of Hydrogen Europe Research, president of Bulgarian Hydrogen Fuel Cells and Energy Storage Association, member of the governing board of European Innovation Digital Hub Zagore, and member of the Clean Hydrogen Alliance Roundtable for Green Hydrogen Production. So please welcome Daria.
For this presentation.
The second lady in our roundtable is Nadine May. Dr. Nadine May works as the head of DLR Dresden office. She joined the Department for European and International Cooperation 2 years ago. Now she is responsible for the implementation of the pilot initiative Agenda Process Green Hydrogen. She has many years of experience in innovation and research management. As the environmental scientist, she has dedicated herself to the holistic evaluation of future technologies such as renewable energies, electromobility, and green hydrogen. So please welcome Nadine. The first man in our panel is Pavel Juříček. Pavel Juříček is CEO and owner of Brano Group, big Czech industrial company. He was the member of the Czech Parliament, elected for the Moravian Silesian region from the years 2017 to the year 2021. He graduated from the Faculty of Mechanical Engineering at the University of Technology in Brno and started his career as a technologist in the Brano company in Hradec nad Moravicí in 1982. Later, he was the production director in Brno and then general director, and at the end, the owner of the very same company. Yeah. He also got academic experience in 1990. He was at the birth of Department of Business and Management Studies at the Technical University in Ostrava, and he studied also at foreign universities, and I would like to mention at least the London Business School. And the last, but definitely not least, man in our roundtable is Paolo Partidario. Having a chemical engineering background, Paolo Partidario holds a PhD in strategic innovation for sustainability at Technical University Delft and master's in technology and innovation management. He is attached to DGEG, it is the Portuguese Directorate General for Energy and Geology, where his main research focus includes energy transition and innovation management for sustainability, with a particular view on renewable energy technologies. His preview, co-founder research and interdisciplinary work includes the very recent coordination of DGEG proposal on a roadmap for hydrogen in Portugal, which integrates modeling and analysis of hydrogen value chains. So you see that we have really people from the different areas, from the research, from the business, politicians from European Commission, from universities. We have people also from different states, from the south, from Central Europe, from, let's say, sea countries and landlocked countries. So for me, it's very important that we will have a very broad spectrum of different opinions, which definitely is needed, because today we are talking about the hydrogen, and the name of that session is Hydrogen is a future which is already here, but so as the challenges. And this is a very good topic, and frankly speaking, this is topic not only for 1 hour of our discussion, it's probably a topic which could cover 3-day international conference. And hydrogen could bring us a lot of, let's say, new opportunities. Definitely the hydrogen is a tool which we can use for decarbonization. Hydrogen can help us to transform our industry, to go from that industry which was heavily related to fossil fuels to the new way of industry. Hydrogen can help us also with diversification of energy resources, which is a very important topic today with the war at the Ukraine. But on the other hand, hydrogen is in many cases the only one solution we have today in our hands. And but as we said, there are also the challenges, because a lot of things seems very easy with hydrogen, because everybody knows that experiment when I will put the battery and I will create the hydrogen out of the water in my glass. You know? So the people are asking, so what's the problem with the hydrogen if everything works like that? Another maybe nice example of the challenges is that if you take your glass of the water and if you count all the molecules of hydrogen in this glass of the water, you will realize that there is more molecules of hydrogen than if you have liquefied hydrogen, which seems a little bit strange, but it's true. Hydrogen is the best energy carrier. For us, it's probably the only one element we can use for long-term storage of energy. It's the only one possible carrier for long-distance transport of the energy. But nevertheless, you see a lot of research around which at the end is not so straightforward. So this transport and storage of energy brings also a lot of, let's say, difficulties. And this is exactly what we will be talking today. And maybe I should also introduce myself. My name is Peter Merward, and I am responsible for hydrogen strategy. I am working at the Ministry of Industry and Trade, and with my team we prepared hydrogen strategy of the Czech Republic, and now I have, let's say, that difficult task to turn all these papers on all that PowerPoint slides into the reality, into the kilograms of hydrogen, into electrolyzers, into filling stations, and into hydrogen trains and buses. And I hope that our panelists will help me with that, and I definitely need, well, I am enjoying this new role, because normally I am sitting on that hot chair over there and I am answering all the questions, so today I must enjoy my new position. And I will start with the first question to Daria. And the question is about hydrogen volleys. The European Union is interested in promoting the creation of hydrogen volleys in every member state. Do you think that this is the way how we should proceed, or it's better to have only few of big hydrogen volleys in the states or in the countries where it's more, let's say, advantage, when it brings more advantages? Yeah, it works.
Well, thank you very much for this question, Peter. Because in the last months, hydrogen valleys became a very hot topic. 10 days ago, there was a hydrogen week in Brussels with more than 3,000 people, with many politicians, with the CEOs of big companies, with extremely big exhibition with hydrogen trucks. And 2 days discussions on the scientific part, the projects in the Clean Hydrogen Joint Undertaking. And in every session, hydrogen valleys were mentioned or discussed. Maybe the interest came this summer, where Commissioner Gabriel announced that there would be 200,000 euro more for the Green Hydrogen Joint Undertaking for 20 more hydrogen valleys. But I want to say that those money are only 25% from the funding which is needed to build one hydrogen valley. And the idea is that every member state has to enter in the hydrogen valley with responsibilities covered by financial support, industry, local authorities also. So I could talk for hydrogen from several angles, being scientist, trying to deploy hydrogen in Bulgaria, which is starting from zero, and also as a member of the Hydrogen Europe research, where we discuss this topic. So to start with, what is Hydrogen Valley? That is a geographical region which has to be turned by the people living there into a hydrogen ecosystem. There should be a given quantity of green hydrogen production, but this which is more important is that this production should find several application areas in the region. In practice, that is one rehearsal for the hydrogen economy on local stage. However, the second direction is that you have to increase the public awareness. People should know that hydrogen is safe and there are benefits. Peter already explained what are the benefits of hydrogen. Everybody has to know them. There should be new jobs. There should be teaching, skilling, and reskilling, and improvement of the legislative issues and overcoming of the barriers. You see, many things has to be done. And the third direction is collaboration, which is maybe leading for the future. Collaboration between hydrogen valleys, which have to make hydrogen corridors, and in this way to cover more territories in Europe. Because in the moment there are territories, big territories with no hydrogen. And then collaboration for establishment of new hydrogen valleys. Every project should support at least 5 new hydrogen valleys. So that is the philosophy. People hear hydrogen valleys and they think that it just appears. No, that is 7-8 years work in fuel cells and hydrogen joint undertaking. We started in 2015. At that time, we called them hydrogen territories, with the first project, Big Hit, Northern Scotland Islands, which had too much wind, but the fuels were coming by ships. Very successful project. After that, 2 more successful projects, the last one in Mallorca. This means that the experiment was validated, and now we have to continue with the building of many hydrogen valleys. Big or small? Well, the small is about 500 tons hydrogen per year, the big is 10 times more. But if you compare with our target for 2030, 1 million tons, you see that that is in practice just the start. The first 5 megawatt are the most difficult steps. After that, it continues. And now, why we need this spread of many hydrogen valleys in Europe? Because really, Europe is divided into 2. I have here one picture, which I'm afraid you can't see. But in any case, this repeats the Iron Curtain during the Cold War. If you take a car from Norway or even from Iceland, you may reach Vienna and northern Italy, and then you stop, because there are 2,000 kilometers, if you want to go to Greece, with no hydrogen refueling station. In this way, we can't build our continent carbon neutral and independent. So we have to have many hydrogen valleys which have to collaborate and to build one unified, big European hydrogen valley.
Okay.
Thank you.
So Daria, thanks a lot for your answer, and I think it's fully in line what we are trying to do here. And maybe only to the remark on that hydrogen refilling station, we are slowly trying to move that Iron Curtain more to the east, because we already have one filling station in Ostrava, and in January there should be here in the Prague. So people from Dresden could go to Prague and maybe even to Vienna afterward. So my second question is to Nadine, and you are from a research institute, and as I said at the very beginning, people are taking hydrogen as a tool which can help us with decarbonization and with decrease of greenhouse gases. But there are also some voices which are saying that, let's say, the story that hydrogen could be also something like a greenhouse gas. So could you elaborate on that and what you should tell to the skeptics about the hydrogen?
Yeah, thank you very much for this question. And maybe let me shortly add that actually my mother is the German Aerospace Center, and we are part of this as an, so to say, sister branch. We are managing public funding programs on behalf of federal ministries and federal state ministries in Germany, and funding programs on research and development, and we're also facilitating innovation in general, and additionally, we are developing and implementing strategy building processes, stakeholder processes across Europe, most recently on green hydrogen. But in parallel, I'm also doing research work, and I was very much involved in integrated environmental assessments of future technologies. And coming back to your question on the carbon relevance of hydrogen, from my point of view as an environmental scientist, actually there is no new technology that comes with a zero carbon footprint. That's actually not possible because we still rely on production systems that have these carbon emissions in the upstream chains. And this means that we have to foster and accelerate the decarbonization in all the different sectors, be it the manufacturing part, the resource exploration, or the logistics and transports, and so on. And we can do this, for instance, by increasing the renewable energy share in our electricity mix, and also by intensifying our energy efficiency measures, or by applying circularity approaches to improve our end of life of our products. So this, in the end, will all benefit the carbon footprint of hydrogen, but it takes some time for the transition. And maybe also a comment on calculating carbon emissions for hydrogen. We have different approaches which are scientifically discussed, which are further developed, and there's common sense that we have to calculate the emissions over the whole life cycle, because this is the only fair basis for a later comparison of technologies. But there are some limitations with life cycle assessments, particularly when it comes to brand new technologies, innovative technologies, where we miss a proper database. And these kind of analysis can easily take up to 2 years. So this is a huge barrier for companies doing more carbon footprinting. So normally this is first done by scientists. And we have options of simplification, and I just would like to mention 3 points here. First is scoping. Scoping is a very important step in life cycle assessment, and when you set in the beginning the frame and the scope is possibly too narrow, then actually you would need more knowledge in advance about the whole system to not cut off processes that are actually very relevant and contributing. In science we say more than 10% to the overall result of the balance. And second point is site dependency of data sets. We have very sophisticated software tools nowadays, and we can also choose among different predefined data sets from different providers of databases. And but the point is that there are differences between countries in terms of the electricity mix, in terms of the maturity level of technologies, the age of infrastructures, etc. And what makes it even more complex is that we have globalization. So a technology or product is no longer produced in a single region, and we have to take into account that products and components of technologies are traveling several times around the globe. And this needs to be reflected also in life cycle assessment. And what makes it even more complex are indirect effects, rebound effects, indirect land use changes. This is really complicated to include in life cycle assessments, but the scientists are working on this to make these analyses more accurate. So I think from in the European context, we are, yeah, it's not so much an issue possibly because we have good databases which are representative for the different countries. Which could even be improved, but at least there is a good basis. It's more complicated when countries outside Europe use European data sets. So this is really on the cost of accuracy. And in the very end, our true reference we have is actually the atmospheric carbon measurements at the Mauna Loa Observatory. I just checked in the morning that we have now 415 ppm reached, which is actually 50% more compared to pre-industrial times. And my fear is that nobody of us will ever experience these numbers decreasing because of the very long retardation time of the carbon dioxide molecule in the atmosphere. And that's why maybe a last point, it's comparability of methodologies. We have seen this from the IPCC and the nationally determined contributions, what it means when countries choose different methodologies to determine their reference years, to calculate their carbon budgets. And this makes it really complicated in the end to control if we are on the right track of achieving our climate targets. And that's why it's really absolutely a need to have more harmonization in methodologies when it comes to carbon footprinting, when it comes to certification and standards for hydrogen.
Yeah, so thanks a lot for the answer. And again, I must say that we are on the same page because from our point of view, it's also very important to really check the whole life cycle from the cattle to the end. And now maybe we can totally swap the topic because next my question will go to Pavel Juříček, and he's representative of business. Yeah? So these are the guys who are really counting the crowns, euros, and dollars, and this gives us a slightly different view to the hydrogen. And one of the most important topics about the implementation and introduction of the hydrogen is the price. And today the discussion is that to really get the competitive price of renewable hydrogen, we need to build in Europe about 25 gigawatts of electrolyzers within the next 5 years. So what is your experience? And maybe you should also mention, because you have experience, not practical experience, I mean, not only from the Czech Republic, but also from the United States with the hydrogen technologies. So what's from your point of view the best cost driver and how to go ahead to decrease the price of hydrogen?
Thanks, Peter. Hello, good morning. I hope that you are personally feeling better than of the European energy crisis. And on this issue, I think throughout the 2014, in this time I was the Vice President Automotive Industry Association in the Czech Republic, and with the Professor Macek, I initiated of the some mathematic physics, the analysis about of the some potential of the source for the future for the automotive business. And in this time we evaluated diesel, petrol, LNG, CNG, hydrogen, e-mobility as well. And after the 75 of the mathematic physics analysis, 75 pages, it shows that the hydrogen is stay on the second place after the diesel, yeah? Because diesel has the 24 times more energy in the molecule than of the battery, including the modern battery, lithium-ion, magnesium, silicon battery. And that show me the hydrogen is the some potential of the source for the future. In this time was the hydrogen was the bad word. Nobody was the thinking about of this, the hydrogen in this time. And I have the sometimes the process say and meet with some interesting people, and I met with some American people, some South African guys and some Czech guys, and we are established together a United Hydrogen Group, and our goals, entrepreneur goals, was establish of the facility of the liquid hydrogen. And we find of the some right place, and we find it in the Tennessee, and we establish in the Tennessee really facility which is the producing now 10 tons per day liquid hydrogen, and the process was the relatively, then we are prepared of the business, and complete project was the relatively complicated. On the other side, not of the complicated about of the approval from the American authorities. That's funny story, because all of the approval from the Tennessee and from the city Charleston, including the senators, including the other of the people, very strongly helped to us. And all of the process take, what do you think? What do you think? 8 months. Then I calculate with the previous of the Ministry of the Environment, Mr. Richard Brabec, that's the partly of my friend. We calculate in Europe, in the Czech Republic, we calculate how many years we needed for all of the processes, all of the certifications, all of the approvals. What do you think? 13 years. Really? Yeah. That's a completely different of the approach of this, the new of the technology by the American, by the China, because that's there is the federal government in China recognized, then we are together establish of the facility in USA. Is the call me and Pavel, please give to us of your experience, because that we have the interesting about of this the process as well, of this the project. What's my strong recommendations, because that's not too much of the discuss about of this. Just now we are together go to the Plug Power. Plug Power is the very well-known company, because Plug Power was the one of our customers, because that's we are partly producing the liquid hydrogen by the 1.5 kilometer tubes to the facility which is the producing solar panels. That's increase of the efficiencies of the solar panels. There is applied the last of the surface treatment with the liquid hydrogen. It's the increase from the 9% to the 12%. That's relatively very interesting. And we producing from the waste hydrogen from the company, chemical company Olin, which is the coming to our facility, the other 1.5 kilometer tubes. And partly 50% we producing for the solar facility, and 50% we move through of the 4 trucks which we are buying from NASA to mostly to the California, when we are established of the stations, hydrogen station in California, in the camp in California University. And roughly about 44,000 cars is running on our hydrogen. All investment is take roughly about $40 million of this facility in the Tennessee. It's acceptable. And last of the final, it could be the interesting, final of the pricing was between the $5–6 per kilo. You know, cars need for the 100 kilometers needs plus minus 0.8 to 1 kilo consumptions of the hydrogen. And what could be my recommendations for the European Commissions? That has to be absolutely open of the door for the hydrogen, because it's not of the miracle, because hydrogen needed a lot of energy as well. That's true. Definitely, all of the technology needed but then you are applicated from the waste hydrogen. There's the 50% of the investment, then you are want of the goes through electrolyzers. Plug power is the producing of the electrolyzers as well, but 1 megawatt of the electrolyzer it's plus minus $1.2 million. And if you want to make of the 25 gigawatt, you can calculate how many investment needed only for the electrolyzer. And on the other side, for instance, in the Czech Republic, our national conditions is not too much nice. For instance, I established of the solar electric power in my facilities as well. But on the other side, in Hradec nad Moravicí, we have, that's the partly in the Opava city, is the through of the January is only 41 hours per month. That means roughly about 1.5 hours per day. It's nothing. It's not create logical. Maybe in the Portuguese, it could be the different of the natural conditions, like the windy, like the solar. That's completely different. Like the Mallorca, then is the Nadiset, like maybe Kipper or Malta or Sicilian and the others. But always has to be calculate where is the good right of the natural conditions and where is the better. For the Czech Republic, including of the Germany, because that's Germany have a lot of the chemical production as well, I'm sure, definitely, not thinking, not of the some opinion, I'm sure that's always is better applied through the waste hydrogen through chemical productions, because there's a double green. The waste it's go to the air, and we could be the applied more fast, 50% of the investment, and it's better for the environment, because then you want of the producing of the solar panels, you needed a lot of the silicon. And silicon for the producing, it's very energy of the strong consumptions. That's definitely. In Europe, we are not of the producing here of the solar panel. That's producing mostly in the China. I'm buying in the China solar panel for my facility as well. And on the other side, that's definitely my recommendation for the European Commissions. I discussed with Mr. Timmermans about all this as well. And I'm not sure that then you understand completely this. I have the experience, I have the absolutely clean experiences, clean opinion, and clean of the, which is the established on the R&D and established of the some physical facilities which is the applied in USA. Just now, then we are merger with the Plug Power. Just now, I am the partly owner of the shareholder of the Plug Power. And Plug Power is the make of the copy of this, my facility in Tennessee, and goes to the other and the others of the some potentials. Goals of the Plug Power in USA is established 250,000 tons per year. That show USA is go very strongly for this the hydrogen source, for not only for the passenger cars. Better is the forklifts, because Plug Power used of the forklift. That's create better sense than of the passenger car. And trucks, it's there's some very interesting of the some potential application as well. Okay, that's my probably answer, relatively long answer for you. Electrolyzer, why not? But that's necessary of the right of the conditions for this. But for the Central Europe, North Europe, and for instance for the Germany, I'm sure definitely is better applied. Just now is the European Commission say white or gray gray hydrogen. For me, it's nothing. There is the color. It's not create for me sense. That's great sense. How you are very fast and very efficiencies applied of the hydrogen projects.
Oh,
Thanks.
Okay. So thanks a lot for the answer. It was a review from the industry, and I must say, let's say, that my experience is also, if I'm talking with the guys from Japan, States, or from Korea, which are in some sense maybe ahead of Europe, they do not care too much about the colors of the hydrogen, but nevertheless, what they care and what we are trying to care is really to make sure that that hydrogen is low carbon, you know, that we are using hydrogen to decrease the overall high carbon footprint, you know, as was mentioned
Excuse
by
me,
Nadine.
maybe then you are evaluating like the Turkish hydrogen is necessary of the pyrolysis. Yeah, sure, pyrolysis, it could be the interesting, the some technology for the future as well. On the other side, is not complete of the done. Is not complete of the R&D, including the some realistic of the project. It could be the stay maybe next of the years, but then we are starting something, applicated, then I recommend it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And now I would like to ask Paolo for, let's say, another angle how to see the hydrogen, because we need to see it also from, let's say, a global perspective. And something in the global perspective has been totally changed on 24th of February this year, because Russia came to Ukraine, and in that moment, everybody start to discuss what we will do this winter. You know, when I'm talking with Minister Sikala, he is on my panels and on my conferences, but he's saying that although he's pushing ahead the hydrogen, his main duty today is to make sure that Europe and Czech Republic have enough natural gas. So my question to you is, how do you see the present situation? Does it help to the hydrogen? Because on one side, we see that we need to have different sources of the energy. Or it's on the other hand, stopping the hydrogen and slowing down the process because we need to put our priorities somewhere else.
Thank you, Peter. Good morning. I would like to put this in perspective because, in fact, unfortunately, we have this invasion, but humankind is in fact addressing these issues since a long time. If we look to the innovation theory from Schumpeter, Austrian economist, that coined the theory of innovation cycles, humankind has in fact had a lot of cycles, and we are in fact in one of them. It is more complex than the others, but for making the differences, or trying to keep the differences in the different era, the fact is that for each time stage we have complexity. And in fact, when making the transition, it's not just an energy transition, it's also a system transition. So it's very disruptive. So because of that, in terms of what we are living now in the current energy transition, I feel that we need, in fact, to look to the system level, like Nadine was mentioning, the system level and the fact that we have different systems inside the whole system that contribute to creating value to society. And because of that, in terms of hydrogen, what we have to think and to reflect is about the context, like Pavel was saying. It's crucial to take advantage of the intelligence at the national level based on strategic planning, on energy modeling, so that we know to where we want to go. It's like what Seneca said 1,000 years before, or centuries before, that is, the wind is just favorable for those that know how to sail or where to sail. So it's in fact what we are doing in terms of energy modeling. Our Sankey diagrams, what says that in this decade we need in fact to create capacity as much as possible. It's easier for those that have more renewable endogenous resources, but it's still, even with natural gas, what we need to think is about how to develop the process so that we create a cleaner path, and eventually with extra costs, because in fact we need to make a kind of end-of-pipe treatment to remove the carbon. But in fact, depending on the different ingredients in each national economy, it is possible to think about all that. And then it is about, when you think about sustainability, it's very much about how do we make a balanced system, not just on the energy side, but also on raw material side, for instance. We are talking about electrolyzers. Upstream, we are talking about wind turbines. We are talking about PV panels. All that is a massive requirement of materials, and that also is creating, in the value chains, creating a lot of risk of disruption. So it means that, in fact, we need, in parallel to the energy approach, we need to think about the logistics and about the the key inputs to make all this viable. So it's very much about what when we learn and then teach after that, teach about the design for sustainability, when we think about effectiveness and efficiency. One thing is doing the things right, another issue is doing the right things. So it's very much about designing the process. It's about the system design.
Yeah, so
just to start with.
Yeah. So thanks a lot for the answer, and definitely we are back to sustainability, but this is sustainability in relatively in broader sense. And I have a long list of the questions, but we are here at SET conference. So I must ask you, how do you see the SET conference and the SET plan, the strategy, energy and technology, how it should evolve and how it can help to the hydrogen? And this will be probably a question to everybody. Or Paolo, do you want to?
If I may go on, it's because somehow related with what I was saying, it's very much about the value chains and the way we see hydrogen can contribute to the end-use markets.
Yeah.
And within that, the SET plan and the IWGs are addressing, in fact, technologies that are key for the different sectors, not just on the production, power production, but also when thinking about hydrogen in particular, it's very much about the two main approaches to hydrogen, and that's why it is very powerful in terms of sector coupling, because you can switch between the electron and the molecule. So between that, we have, in fact, the way to think about effectiveness and about efficiency as well, depending on the issues. For us in Portugal, with the costs of renewable energy, it makes no sense to produce hydrogen to produce, again, electricity, right? So it depends very much on the way we think about the different value chains. So that's why in our planning, and also using LCA and also in understanding what was the impact of being too much ambitious, for instance, in exporting, we said to the ministry, it makes no sense to go beyond certain limit, because then we don't have in our domestic market enough impact on the decarbonization. So we need to have also hydrogen for us.
Yeah.
So based on that and the end-use markets, what we say is that some are, in fact, useful for the country, some others are not. Some cases that we are importing from the outside, that might be interesting, but not necessarily useful for our economy. It depends very much on other parameters, like automotive industries being powerful or not to influence the markets, or to push the policies and having state aids to make the diffusion of that technology. So it's very much about innovating and diffusing that technology and having an internal market that is large enough to start testing the prototypes and so on. So based on that, so we have priority sectors like the energy sector, the industry sector, the mobility, as far as we can, in fact, not just develop hydrogen, but also biomethane. And from our second analysis, it means that since the mid-30s, the next decade, we have, in fact, we have already a very nice system on synthetic fuels, because in the last decade, when the decaying is more drastic, we need, in fact, to achieve the net zero, we need, in fact, to have the synthetic fuels already ready.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, so the good thing is that, maybe I start. The bad thing is that still we have a lot of questions which must be answered, but the good thing is that we have a lot of stakes and we are going in these directions, and at least the scientists will have a lot of work in front of them. So maybe I could turn to Daria. What's your opinion?
Very, very good question. The set plan is the umbrella of the European activities towards decarbonization of our energy and making it independent. And energy is the backbone of the economy. So it's very important. And it's well structured with these 10 key actions and 13 implementation working group. We cover all the renewables. We cover carbon capture and utilization. And you see that behind stays hydrogen, because you can't make e-fuels or you can't store big quantities of renewable energy without hydrogen. So hydrogen stays in the set plan, but it is behind the curtain. It's not visible. And I think that since people have to learn more for hydrogen, it should go on the floor, which means that, in not only my opinion, the opinion of Hydrogen Europe Research, and when I talked during the Hydrogen Week of many people of the Hydrogen Society, maybe there should be one more implementation working group on hydrogen, which should stress on production and which should make the horizontal linking between all the working group, because every working group would know where to go so that to use the hydrogen for the goals of this working group. So I come out with such a suggestion, if that's possible.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It sounds good. So definitely this is also what we are doing here, to put the hydrogen high on the stage, to take it out from the behind of the curtain somewhere on the stage to the spotlight. Yeah. Yeah. So, and Nadine, what's your?
Yeah, I would like to, or I have to add here that we have been running a strategy building process beginning of 2020 and then over the last year and this year on a European level, which was the agenda process on green hydrogen, and it was a pilot action under the new era, so the new European research area, which is also revised at the moment, so it should be more inclusive in the future, more transparent, more embracing, and this agenda process actually had the aim of running a strategy building process in 1 year. We were a bit hindered by the pandemic, but overall the idea was to have something very straightforward and streamlined, and to have this organized by including different stakeholder groups. So in the end, we had 22 countries from Europe participating in the development of a strategic research and innovation agenda. So we defined research priorities for hydrogen, and I see a lot of similarities also with the set plan, and I also see the participatory elements in the set plan, which I really much appreciate. But it's not so easy to include all the groups at the same level. So we really struggled also a bit with civil society, with SMEs, small and medium-sized enterprises, that are not so easy to approach, and to have them on board for such, I mean, it was a short process, but still it's 1 year of participation. So I think here we have to still improve, to have more groups included, to create more public acceptance, and to share also our experiences, which I think there are manifold of experiences in Europe, and this I also see for the revision of the set plan.
Okay, so thanks a lot, and definitely sharing of information is very important. And Pavel, what's a view of the industry? And please, a little bit shorter, if I can ask.
Okay, sorry, Victor. My recommendation is relatively easy. That's I said before of my first of the speech. More fast of the make of the some processes, open of the more quick of the approval about of the some variations of the potential of the hydrogens. Concrete sample is the company's Polchemia, which is the waiting 1.5 years about of the approval from the European Commissions for the applications white or gray hydrogen. In the Czech Republic, it's roughly about 11 potential of the source. And then everybody will be the waiting of the 1.5, 3 years or something like this. What will be the happened? My age is the 66. I'm available the establish of the some hydrogen facility in Central Europe as well, but then I will be the waiting of the 13 years. Sorry, that's I'm too much old for this.
Okay, so I will definitely help you because I'm trying to see also some good results of the hydrogen here, and we do not have so much time as others. Yeah. And Paolo, you want to also to add something?
If possible, thank you, Peter. I'd like to react to Darius' reference and enthusiasm about hydrogen in the IWGs, and in particular to have a dedicated one on hydrogen. The set plan, I think the set plan is very powerful. And we should not forget that there are already IWGs that already have hydrogen, are addressing hydrogen, and this activity is running. And on the other hand, due to the nature of being very much cross-cutting, I believe the experience we had in the green hydrogen agenda in the era, coordinated by the German team, I think it's very much about having a kind of a task force that is cross-cutting the whole issue, and but collaborating in the different IWGs so that hydrogen can be, in fact, have a uniform approach inside the set plan. I think we, as already was said yesterday in one of the parallel meetings, there's already a lot of IWGs in the set plan, so we need, in fact, to be very, to be effective, we cannot dilute too much the efforts. Thank you.
Actually, thanks a lot for this remark, because I must say, yesterday in the evening I was on another event. It was with our Minister Kupka. He is our Minister of Transport, and he had exactly the speech on that, because he said it was about electromobility and hydrogen mobility, and the main message was that the way how to push it ahead is a technology and not ideology. And this is exactly why we are here, to push ahead that technology, and it must be winning from a technological point of view. We have still 5 minutes, so which is for one quick question from the audience. So do we have some questions? Actually, if not, I have in my head a lot of questions. Oh, so there is one question. If you could go to the microphone and introduce yourself, please.
Francesco Basile from Ministry of University and Research in Italy. I was working in the task force for the agenda process on green hydrogen, and I want to comment on this set plan option of inserting hydrogen. Well, I think it's too much, the set plan is, in my opinion, is too much fragmented in different working groups. So being the 17th working group or the 15th working group as hydrogen probably is not the role that it's worth, because he has a very strategic role in the energy system. So I was thinking, I think we should have an area, there are the area that clusterize a bit the working groups, mainly based on hydrogen, maybe with the CCU, CCS as well, so being in a working group, but also an area, which is much broader, because it has integration with different features, with transport, with so on, with this infrastructures and so on. So maybe this could be the role of hydrogen instead of being just a working group. Thank you.
Oh, it was more statement, that question, but maybe I could ask Nadim, because when I introduced you, you had something like a holistic, we are trying for the holistic view on hydrogen, because, but your point is very valid, and unfortunately it's a problem of all the technologies, because on one side we have a huge elephant, which we need to cut into the pieces to solve it, but sometimes it happens that we cut it to small pieces and they are totally unrelated and unconnected. You know? So let's say the difference between the good projects and good companies is that they are able to keep both, let's say, the detailed view and the holistic view together. And you are probably the best scientist in that here, so maybe could you comment on that?
I would say it's an optimization problem, yeah. We have here, and we have to find a proper balance, yeah, of being very efficient in terms of time and costs. So we really need to hurry with all these processes, and on the other hand, and maybe this I would like to convey at the end of the session. Last week we had a conference on green hydrogen innovation in Leipzig, and we have been asking the audience in a small voting what they think, who is most capable of shaping the transition in Europe. Particularly when it comes to hydrogen, and then the people could choose between stakeholders on the European, national, regional, and local level, and the result was that more than 80% are convinced that stakeholders on the European level have to shape this transformation. And I think this also speaks very much for the European initiatives such as the SET plan, yeah? By coming together, by intensifying cooperation, and also by bundling our financial resources, our expert capabilities. This is, I think, really the key. And maybe then in the end we will also be successful with the details. Yeah, I cannot go through this here in this panel.
Okay, so thanks a lot. I believe that these are very good closing words. Unfortunately, I see that other guys would like to say something, but we have last 1 minute. So actually, if you are able to swap into that 1 minute, so go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. The optimization of the structure of the set plan is something which belongs to the organizing committees and another responsibility. Our signal is that hydrogen should go forward. The problem with technologies is not a problem, because there are many structures that are developing technologies. They are already on commercial level. This, which is a problem for Europe, is the coordination between demands and production, because some countries can produce, other countries want to import, and the set plan could support this logistic coordination between the needs and the possibilities of different countries, because we have to use the whole power of Europe, every region with its specific benefits. Yeah. Yes,
thank you. Pavel, 30 seconds.
Yeah, thank you. I think you have absolutely right, because that's then I will be the more of the some simple of the process by the technology we have to solve of the facility for the source, for the right source. For instance, green in Portuguese, from the windy or from the solar, in Central Europe from the chemical things. Second one has to be established of the right of the some penetration of the fuel sales for stations, hydrogen stations. The other before us it's the stay, and partly a lot of the companies are working on the fuel cells for the cars, for the forklift, for the trucks. Just now it's quite new. Is the Kraftwerk is the working on the fuel cells without of the platinum, and applied just now in the car 2,000 kilometers per 6 kilo of the hydrogen. Yeah? That's the last of the result, and after this that's necessary. Then I said repeatedly, facility, system, network, and solve of the fuel cell by the car, by the trucks, by the train, for instance, as well. And that's I think it stay, and then European Commission or European view about of this, then is the some companies which is the available, the solve of this, the technology process in this, mostly three parts. There is the existing, the others, but I don't want of the too much of the complicated of this, and we will the success, I'm sure. But then we are not of the some blockade and only the some make individual. For instance, Germany just now has the radio of the prepare of the 75 project. I know that, yeah. But Germany is the working very hardly of this. But I think it's not necessary of the implemented from the some different of the conditions by the Europe complete. Thanks.
Yeah. Okay, so thanks a lot to all the panelists. Please give a big applause to all our 4 panelists for excellent discussion. So I would like to thank to Daria, Nadine, Pavel, and Pavlo for their contribution. So thanks a lot.
So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As there was a change in the room, maybe we wait 1 or 2 minutes because people didn't know it is in that room, the Lab to Fab. And if I can kindly ask the technical team to a little bit decrease the power of the lamps, because I'm unable to see anything else. I know, we should mitigate between the capacity to see the audience and the capacity of the audience to see us. Yeah, sunglasses, a good point. Huh? I will look like a star. Pending if we have other people coming, could we still miss one panelist, by the way, and could I ask the people already here to go a little bit in front? Please. I don't want to play the schoolmaster, but it will be better that I can see the people. Thank you. We miss one panelist. Where is she? Yeah, we will wait a few moments because people should be changing room now. Yeah. Hello. So we have changed the room because we have a colleague who is remotely participating. So I will begin by presenting the panel, and then the late people will anyhow we'll have the pictures here. So I begin with Mrs. Attané, Muriel Attané, who is the Secretary General of EARTO. So the Secretary General of the Association of Research and Technology Organizations. And then we have with us other distinguished panelists. We have Mrs. Araceli Fernandez from the IEA, so the International Energy Agency. We have also with us Mr. Christian Kier, as you can see, the Chief Public Affairs Officer of Current, and Donna Cagni, Policy Director at Ocean Energy Europe. And this session is about Lab to Fab. So how to transfer the research and innovation into the market, which is a critical step for the EU. It has been a critical step for a lot of decades because even years ago when I entered DG Research and Innovation at the European Commission, it was already a big question. My name is Hélène Cray and I am the Deputy Director on Clean Planet and the Head of Unit Clean Energy Transition at the DG Research and Innovation. So the issue at stake is how can we improve the capacity of the EU to transfer its high level in research and innovation into market, into capacity of our industries to develop, produce these technologies, to gain markets, and also to scale up the results of the research and innovation. This is a big challenge. A short 2 points in introduction. The first one is, the first thing we think directly is we need more money. But usually, you know, a banker doesn't know the technology. A banker knows the financial indicators. So is it enough? How can we ensure that the investors will fund the right technologies, the one which will go to the market, the one which will be safe, sustainable, and innovative, and will be welcomed by the users? So these are the two big challenges from lab to market. How to transfer results of research and innovation to the market, how to help our industries to get the funding, and of course, when getting the funding, how to be sure that it goes to the right, between bracket, technologies. With these points, I will stop here. And I will now turn toward the panelists, because they are supposed to work, not me. Huh? It's their job. I'm sure you are frightening now. Okay, so the first question is a very simple one. And that will be a kind of introductory statement, very short. I would like to ask you how you perceive the progress in this approach from lab to market in the last years. Did something change? What? And what is still the same, or what is still an obstacle? So we'll begin with Muriel. Woman first, I'm sorry.
Great, thanks. Thank you very much, Hélène, for the invitation, and thanks for the question as well. Maybe I take it from the side of EARTO, and I'm sure that we will have more implementation or practical example from the other panelists. EARTO is the Association of Applied Research Institutes. And we are working at the policy level, so looking in Europe what are the different instruments. And I think on lab to market, there has been quite a lot of development in policy making, especially the last few years. You had few developments. First, we have a new program, Horizon Europe, but last year, the European Commission published what we call the Communication on the European Research Area. It's ERA. Not ERA, I think we are in the energy side, so let's not mix all the acronyms, just ERA. And this European Research Area defined about 20 actions. One of these actions is Action 12, actually pushed and promoted by your directorates. Thank you very much, Hélène, for that. And this Action 12 is looking at developing new technology roadmaps. One is now, let's say, quite well advanced on energy-intensive industry. And next to those development of those new ERA roadmaps, you have another development, which is the strategy on technology infrastructure. And this action is one, in fact, inside, even if we're talking about roadmaps and then the strategy on technology infrastructure. I think it's quite key. What it means, the strategy on technology infrastructure and those new roadmaps, it's a way to look at, I think, the development of tech and the research for the development of tech and the scale-up, which comes probably also in instruments like the European Innovation Council, which we have one panelist, which probably discuss also future scale-ups, is what type of tools do you need to do this lab to market research? How do you do tech development? What type of instruments do you need? And when I took instruments, I took labs, so technology infrastructure, where you do research, but also you support the tech development. And these have many names, pilot lines, demos, living labs, you name it. It's quite large under the heading of tech infra. And I think it's quite a novelty that we have now member states discussing and ready to discuss what do we do next. And we have good examples. I'm sure you have some more questions on this. But I think that has been quite a key development to have this Action 12 looking at roadmaps. So what do we need in terms of tech development? But to do this tech development, what do we need in terms of infrastructure? And that's where the whole strategy on technology infrastructure come in. And you see that in the new ERA roadmap, your directorate is already picking up the job and doing a combo of those two. And I think that's the future. And I think that's a quite important policy development that we have at the moment.
Thank you very much, Muriel. So I forgot to say that we are short on time. So for panelists, when I begin to say that, it means you're close to the end. Okay. Right. I go now maybe to the other lady. So please. J'ai pas mes lunettes, donc.
That's fine, of course. No, thanks for the question.
Araceli, sorry.
No problem at all.
Please.
No problem at all. No, thanks for the question. So just to maybe take a very quick step back and indeed highlight, I mean, why we need to accelerate the time from lab to market. First, I think it's been mentioned already by Ellen that indeed, I mean, the importance of clean energy innovation in terms of the role of this almost half of the emission reductions that we need in this transition. But given the urgency and the scale of this process, we've at the IEA looked at how the time, even from the first prototype to market, would need to be compressed, looking at or comparing with the best examples we could find in terms of the recent developments on energy technology history. And indeed, to bring most of these critical clean energy technologies that are not on the market available yet to deployment by around 2030 or the early 2030s, really this implies around reducing on average around 20% of this time from first prototype to market. If we look at that, again on average, but comparing with the case of solar PV, which is a case that most colleagues are familiar with, we're talking about a compression of around 40% of that time. So this, of course, is clearly ambitious, but not impractical. But actually, we need to be very clear about what it means. It means that we need to operate differently. So when we are starting to get technologies closer to large prototype stage and starting into defining some demonstration projects, what normally occurs, at least in practice so far, is that we've seen consecutive projects. So projects that happen in different regions, and one project learns from the other one consecutively to gain more knowledge, to gain more know-how. Now, to reach this level of compressions, what we need to do actually is to work in parallel. So this is where international collaboration, as we were discussing yesterday, becomes so important, because we need to basically be very targeted on the type of really strategic demonstration projects that we need, and we need to make sure that information from one of these projects can flow in parallel to another project that can add value in terms of a different configuration or a different raw material. We've estimated at the IEA there are around $90 billion of public support would be needed for this type of demonstration projects. And you may have seen recently in September how in response to this challenge raised by the President Biden on the Clean Demonstration Challenge, 16 countries and regions, including different European countries and the European Commission, committed around $94 billion for clean energy demonstrations. So that's a very important development that I wanted to highlight. And just a final note in this introduction, that now is the time to understand how these commitments are translated into real projects. We are tracking at the IEA project by project clean energy demonstrations, and we've released a database that is public in September, and we've only managed to track from those around $94 billion, $5 billion in actual real projects, because again, data is still scarce. Some of the commitments into translation into projects haven't been really taking place yet, but that's very important to follow that so that we can make sure that we are addressing the priorities. And for now, what we've assessed in these projects that for which we could track the finance, this public support implied around a triple in terms of the amount of private capital that was leveraged. We think there's much more potential on that respect, but that's a very good kind of turning point or starting point. So I may leave it here and then happy to elaborate further.
Thank you, Araceli. That's very interesting, but I would like also to stick to the timing. As I said in the introduction, we have also a difference. I mean, two types of conditions is to get the money, but also to assess the technology capacity to be going to a market. And this technological risk is, for instance, one of the innovation of the European Innovation Council to do both together. So I would like to give the floor to our colleague in remote. If there are problems in connection, we do apologize for that. So, Mr. Pantaleon, please. We don't hear you.
It's a problem here. I don't know.
Yeah, now.
Can you?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Perfect.
Okay, there is an echo. I hope it can be removed, but okay. Thanks, Helen, for this invitation. And yes, EIC has a specific focus to de-risk investments, in particular with the blended finance that we offer to the accelerator instrument beneficiaries. So the startups that apply for accelerator can choose if they want blended finance or only grant or only equity. This is an example of how we try to crowd in further funding from venture capitalists, corporates, to facilitate the scaling up and to address the financial issues that startups can have in the innovation. And the mechanism is exactly to invest for the first time as a European Commission in the form of equity with up to 50 million euro with patient funding, so with quite long recovery time for the investment, let's say, in order to attract further investors. So the prerequisite to get equity is also to get other equity from other investors, which can somehow reinforce the success possibility of the startups. This is a novelty, and yes, there are issues and difficulties in implementing this, but the challenge is exactly to address these funding and financial issues for new technology and new innovation. And let's say within the broader aim of EIC, there is exactly this attempt to facilitate the development of visionary breakthrough research towards innovation, scaling up these research ideas with instruments, support instruments that go from fundamental science with Pathfinder through transition instrument dedicated to scaling up those proof of concept, to accelerator, which is for startups, spin-off, or ideas that are already mature technologically.
Thank you, Antonio. So, wonderful. It should work. We should be perfect. So let's be provocative. It's not the case, because we still have a gap between the quality of research and innovation in the EU and the way it is transferred to market. So, being provocative, now I go to somebody dealing more with the demand. I mean, somebody dealing more with technologies and the development of some renewable technologies we desperately need to implement Repower EU and provide the EU with security and resilience of its energy systems. So, Donna, please.
Thanks, Hélène. And yeah, very glad to be able to address this question, because it's an existential one for our sector. We're the wave and tidal sector. So we're developing technology to produce reliable and complementary and predictable renewable energy from the movement of the waves and the tides. And basically everything we do, both as an industry association and within the ETIP for ocean energy, is to try and get from lab to markets. We've been scarred, I think, by past experience. Tidal is a great example of that. You may not be aware, but as Europeans, we invented tidal stream technology about 15 years ago. Back in the mid to late 2000s, there were several large original equipment manufacturers, Siemens, Alstom, Andritz, who had their own full-scale prototype tidal turbines that were working well and producing in real-life conditions. But nothing happened after that. And so, of course, those companies either shelved their product or they exited the market. And of course, what's happened subsequently is that we've had new startups coming up, in university spin-offs or SMEs who are producing their own turbines, and they build on what's been done before. There is incremental improvement. There are learnings from the past, but we're kind of developing something we've already developed before. So Europe has the dubious honor of having invented the tidal turbine, not once, not twice, but probably 5 or 6 different times, depending on how you define success. And that's the sort of thing that would keep you awake at night if you thought about it too much in terms of the waste. not only the cost of producing these turbines, developing these turbines, but also the lost opportunity. We 10 to 15 years to be deploying tidal technology, and Europe, could have gigawatt scale, predictable tidal energy powering our homes and our business today if we wanted it to. So look, that was 10 or 15 years ago. Things have obviously moved on. It is a much better environment. There's a genuine commitment to decarbonising the energy system. There's examples of wind and PV that give us inspiration. And it's interesting to hear that the Commission was talking about that, because we're seeing the fruits of that as well. Some really exciting news, and how the Innovation Fund can spoof synergies with Horizon Europe. But it's still really, really, really hard to get those first megawatts in the water or deployed. And we're at the point now where we think we probably need a more structural solution. So one of the things that we're very excited about is a proposal in the Renewable Energy Directive, which is being revised to include a target for innovative renewables specifically. 5% of extra capacity between now and 2030 should be innovative renewables. And we see that as, I'm conscious I'm running out of time, we can come back to it maybe in a bit, but we see this as the thing that can galvanize Europe into really seeing that, no, driving renewables and getting innovation into the market is not the second priority, the third priority, it's one of the top priorities. So very excited to see that happen, and we're hoping it passes.
Thank you, Donna. And now I'm very interested to hear what Christian would say, because I see in your CV that you also work for IRENA, the Renewable Energy Agency, and you have also some background in regulatory things. And regulation is very often quoted outside of the Commission as something the Commission is inventing to puzzle people, to bother people, which is of course not true, clearly. But I would be interested to know what you think also about this regulatory frame and the impact of the regulatory frame on this access to market, in addition to other points, of course.
Thanks, Elena. We're not bothered by regulation at all. We need regulation, and we need to implement it very fast. Otherwise, we're not going to meet our climate targets. We're not going to meet our energy independence targets. So, no, I was also at Wind Europe for 11 years. I think the renewables legislation gave Europe the lead in wind power due to legislation put forward in 2009 by the Commission under Andris Piebalgs. So no, we're not bothered by it. I think the SET plan has had a great 15 years, and I think it needs to reflect the climate and the energy independence targets that have been set, and therefore the revision is very welcome. It has contributed very greatly to align R&D. As I said, I'm vice chair of an organization in Brussels called Current, and we are a group of companies that are developing innovative grid technology. And that's everything from TRL3 to TRL9 to technologies that are commercially available and that needs to scale. I think when I was at Wind Europe, we did the first technology platform for wind. It was called TP Wind. It's now ITSIP Wind. I think it's contributed a lot to the European leadership, and I think the SET plan has been very successful in that. I heard yesterday that we can produce solar power at 2 cents per kilowatt hour in Portugal and 5 cents in Germany. I don't know what's most amazing, but both are incredibly interesting. We're losing our leadership, however, in solar, in manufacturing, and we need to maintain it, and that goes for wind as well. Everybody agrees that our future energy supply will be based on electrification, and that electrification will be based on solar and wind. And we need a plan to build a grid that can sustain that weather-based system. And we also need to acknowledge that more innovation is needed. I heard Thomas Koberger in the room next door saying that we're mentally stuck in the old system. And we are, and that goes for infrastructure, and that goes for our approach also to getting things to market. What did you say, tidal? We have invented it before, and we even invented it 3 times. Yes, and I remember. So we need to create better options for demonstration of new technologies, and we also need to acknowledge that the presumption that, in our case, working for innovative grid companies, Grid technology does not need, the presumption that grid technology does not need further innovation is just wrong. The current copper-based technologies will not be able to sustain an electricity infrastructure based on variable renewables. We need new technologies. We also need to create better options for demonstrating the grid technology. I'm sure you would agree. And equally important, optimizing of electricity networks is also key to reaching those targets. Perhaps the most problematic thing we see, certainly in the short term, is that we have technology that can be applied tomorrow, that is being applied. South America loves dynamic line rating and some of these other innovative grid technologies, power converters and other grid solutions. We can't convince the TSOs to apply it in Europe, and we need to find a way to address that. These must be brought to market for Europe to reap the full benefits. We must scale them up. I'm concerned about tidal, but I think also another example is the internet, which was invented by scientists at CERN. It was commercialized by the United States. We need to get on top on the whole value chain from research over innovation to demonstration and putting it on the market. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we had a list of specific questions, but honestly, seeing the time, I would like that we have a first set of the essence of what you said and provoke a little bit the audience for questions and reactions. So we are here for the set plan. This is the presidency conference. What I get from your discussions and from your first statements, there is some very clear indications. One is the need to have a way to test in Europe, so the technology infrastructure, which have been ignored for quite a long time and are private for most of them and not enough accessible, not enough open to innovators. A second point was the timing, that it's too long to go from the lab to market, and others are going much quicker. We also have been speaking about the merge of the technology and the financing, which is a very interesting experiment that needs to be extended. We spoke also about the fact that we need a framework, regulatory framework, which needs to support this objective of renewables and also to support the testing and the lab to market. And last but not least, the importance of community platform and also the importance of being, let's say, I would say, mentally oriented towards the clean transition. So I'm sure I forgot a lot of things, but these are the first words I throw in the audience and ask for comments and remarks, and we'll ask the speakers to answer. If you want to direct a question to one speaker, please feel free. You have the names. Could we put the names on the side? Otherwise, you indicate. Okay. So the floor is yours. Let's make it lively. Who wants to shoot first? If it could be a woman, would be great. No? Otherwise, they will continue. Huh? They have a lot of things to say. No question, no remark, no critique, no request for information? I see a lot of representatives of renewable energy. Please.
Apologies for not being a woman. Wim van Helden, AE Intake in Austria. I'm working in thermal energy storage and also doing proposals for research and development projects. And the problem is that researchers are spending a lot of time in making proposals and trying to get funding for projects. And I really like the idea of having an acceleration of research and development into the market. The question is in general, which, say, programming and research and development project management types do we or can we create in order to accelerate this? So at one hand side, for the programming and for the submission of proposals, and the other hand for the actual research and development.
Okay, I think, who wants? Yes, please.
I can try. I don't know if I will answer exactly your questions, but maybe give some hints. If I see what my members are doing, and I see few of them here in the room, I see colleagues of SINTEF, I think I saw CEA, Fraunhofer, and others. What happens is that we have technology infrastructure, right? So those are de-risking the investments for testing environment for industry. So we are developing those with like big investments, national investments, most of them with guarantee of use of the industry into that sector. We have, for scaling up, then the industry has to pick up. So we are working and testing technology with industry. We are working, more than a third of our revenue are coming from contract with industry. And our key challenge for the future scale-up of what's coming next is that we need bigger and bigger investments. So I hear about ocean and waves. I have colleague of SINTEF. We have the new Ocean Center in SINTEF that wants to be developed with the support of the technical university close by. And then politics come in, and we had to fight this year for government decisions to cut out the budgets, and then you discuss for the timing of implementation and where you go and how long that will take. Then will you implement this one in 5 years, or is China will do it in 3 years? And then your industry will go to China to have the demo and test sites, and we don't have it then in Europe. So our question on technology infrastructure is also how fast can we make sure that the testing environments with and for industry that we have in Europe stays up to the latest environment needs, let's put that way. And those cost a lot and more and more and more money. So the funds are quite of an issue. I don't think that we have yet an instrument in Europe looking at how to finance and how to maybe organize the network of some of this infrastructure to support industry to scale up faster. We have good examples of what they've done now with the microelectronics, the CHIP Act, where actually you have testing and experimenting facility calls from DG Connect with a new instruments for funding, looking really at hardware, so putting money on the table to say, for the chip of the future, we need some new instrumentations in the clean rooms. We are picking the TROP 3. There we put some money, member states have to put some money, and we have the digital innovation hubs that have to help, let's say, the scaling up by other industry of what the top chips are developed in those 3 clean rooms. And you see that you need to have to start per sector, and with energy it's more complicated. You have many different sectors where you need to start thinking, do we have the tech infra? I mean, if you would have technology tested for, you know, the, the technology you were mentioning with waves, you know, maybe the RTOs will tell, well, we already done that, so here it is, you want to implement, then go. And I think this is the type of environments where the RTOs and the technical university are working together, where we need further thinking per sector. Where are we? Where do we go? Which are the directions? Where do we miss? And then we need an instrument like the EIC, and I think I have a challenge to Antonio. I don't think the EIC is looking yet enough at the capabilities of RTOs and technical university to scale up all they have on their spin-offs. So we see the European Investment Fund helping a lot. We see RTOs developing platform of investments on top of their own limited fund for spin-off to actually push the proof of concept part. So what you're talking, the transition, but transition in the EIC is very tiny at the moment and very limited. So there is channels and potential of instruments, but I think policy-wide, we need to kind of have a focus on those tech infra.
So Antonio, would you like to answer? Because you are really directly, thank you, Marielle, you're doing my job. We don't hear you.
Because...
yeah, okay.
Okay, I need to be activated. Okay. Yes, thanks for the question. Actually, yes, it is a challenge to develop a new culture of entrepreneurial scientists So trying to nurture also innovation, looking at opportunities in the academia, in the research centers. I come from the academic sector. I'm professor at university and now temporary program manager. So I know how it works also in the academic field, where sometimes researchers, scientists don't have the push towards innovation, towards transferring into market opportunities their ideas. We need to bridge this gap between market needs, research, entrepreneurial work, and scientists. This can be done with several tools, also looking, as EIC is trying to do, at incubators, potential spin-offs in research centers at member states level, as we are trying to do. I agree that at the moment Pathfinder covers a relatively limited amount of our budget. It's about 30%. It's not that limited, but it's a lot lower than Accelerator. But probably the attempt is to fund research that have in mind already a potential application, implementation, with the idea to go to the market, which is a key difference is also with funding from blue sky fundamental research to increase scientific knowledge, which is also very important, but it is pillar one. So we are fully aware of this. I think that we should also transfer a new culture to the researcher academic world to develop, as it is present in US, for instance, to develop on commercial scale some research ideas, and not to have these words so much disconnected.
Thank you. I saw that Christian wanting to intervene, and I would like also to add a point, because here we are in the set plan presidency conference, and it means working with member states. So not only EU, but member states, national. So Christian.
Yeah, thank you. You asked, there is a problem the researchers might be spending too much time on proposals also, and I think from my perspective, I'm working, when I'm not vice chair of current, I'm working for an Irish company. It's called Supernode. It's developing transmission technology for transmission, very high amounts of power, especially for the offshore renewables application. We're at TRL 3. Our owners are going to invest 40 to 50 million euros in getting us to TRL 6. At that point, we need to put in the ground a demonstrator. It's going to cost 100 million. We need funding. And here regulation comes in, Helena, also, because the only funding available for demonstration projects of that scale is the Innovation Fund. And to get money from the Innovation Fund, you need to emit carbon. We're an enabling technology. We're going to enable the scale up of wind and solar to get it from where the resources are the highest to where the consumer is. And they're far apart. But we cannot document carbon reductions from an enabling technology. And that's what you need if you want to get, let's say, 50 million from the Innovation Fund. And there are no other avenues of funding. So this means that are we spending too much time on proposals? We're only spending time on proposals if it makes sense. And at the moment, the regulatory framework and the funding for demonstration of this type of technology, they don't match perfectly. There was a new call coming out last week. I need to read the details. But in the outset, it doesn't match. And we are going to build a demonstrator. And we need 100 million. And we would love to do it in Europe. But if we can't, we'll go elsewhere. In South Korea, they are developing a transmission for superconductors. The United States also just put out a very, very ambitious infrastructure package that also has options. We want to do it in Europe, but if it becomes too difficult, we're not going to spend the 50 engineers' time on putting proposals because the criteria does not fit our technology. So those criteria on how to fund innovation and demonstration has to mix with the political agreement. And for energy infrastructure, that also means motivate innovation and development that also fits with the energy efficiency first principle that is being rolled out throughout EU legislation, and it should be, because there's not enough copper in the world for us to decarbonize our energy, and even if there is, we can't get the copper to market fast enough to build the necessary infrastructure to run our energy system on solar and wind. And that needs to be reflected also, both in the funding but also in the innovation.
Okay, so that's the first point we can pass. But if we go back to the set plan, and I'm addressing the audience, what would you see as an obstacle that the set plan could, which is a cooperation between member states and associated countries, of course, and the EU, what could it solve or what could it give as an additional value? Is there anything you would like to flag? Or are you just so convinced by our speakers that you don't need to intervene? Ah, excellent. Huh? Please, Donna.
Yeah, I mean, just all this talk about accelerating technology development by 40%, it reminds me of one of my favorite quotes about technology development, which is that waiting for a technology to hit the market, it's like waiting to sneeze. You know, you feel it's coming up, you're going to these conferences, everything's talking, but nothing happens, and then it's done. And you get the sort of growth and wind that Christian has experienced. So it's about accelerating that sneeze, essentially. I mean, our issue is not any one process. It's how different processes in different institutions at different levels of governments coincide. So if you want to do a demonstration project, and I imagine it's the same for your own demonstration project, you need decisions from multiple different actors at different levels of government, all of whom are not primed to think about a project like this because it's new, they've never dealt with it before, they don't have the processes, they don't have the baseline. And in the grand scheme of things, it's quite a small project because it's what you get out of the project, not the project itself. And in theory, the set plan is the ideal network to do that. In practice, I don't know how it works, quite honestly, or whether it works, because the degree of coordination is such, and at such a level that you probably need somebody propelling it. There needs to be a bit more kind of mandatory element to it to say that, look, yes, I know this isn't something you normally deal with permitting for a tidal array, but you need to do this and you need to learn how to do this. And I guess that's why we're so excited about this innovation sub-target, because it gives momentum that can make the set plan into a really powerful tool, because it gives the mechanisms and the networks to enable a kind of a clear objective that we've all agreed to in European legislation to be realized.
So seeing that the set plan is currently organized more or less by technology, that would mean that we will have a cross-cutting approach, which will be to put together, to work on associating all the steps till the market and producing, a work on that and being cross-cutting all the parts of the set plan. So that means changing, in a way, the view of the set plan, which for the moment was, when it was created, was supposed to be purely technology.
It's giving an underlying impetus to it, but yeah, I think it's really important to keep that cross-cutting element to it. I mean, I don't think we should go down a road where you've got specific mandatory targets for individual technologies. Member states need to have their own decision-making power and to choose the technologies that make sense for them. The set plan enables them to do that. But an overriding target that you need to do something on innovation, renewables, how you choose to do it is up to you.
May I ask the audience if they would be, especially if they are representative of member states and associated country, are they interested by this idea, which will be to transform a bit to give the set plan a higher visibility, not suppressing the groups, but putting something which is trying to associate all the steps and give some input for the technologies developers to go from A to Z, let's say. Reactions? No? So everyone agrees. I mean, amazing, huh? That's a very good idea. Please. Araceli, please.
Oh, I think there's a question.
Thank you for this very interesting discussion. I'm sorry, I should go out of the questions which are put here, I want to share with you something which I learned 15 years ago, being on a very big conference in the United States. And in the evenings, there were special lectures given by high-level specialists, and the one was from lab to fab. And the audience was, yeah, you imagine what it was. At that time in Europe, we didn't know about technology readiness level and so on and so on. And that was really one perfect lecture. And in the end, the lecturer said, and now forget for everything I'm talking up to now, forget for these stairs, because if you do not have two things, nothing will happen. The one is people who are dedicated. Here we put education in our set plan. And the second is, do not ask the companies to change totally their technology, never mind that it's too innovative. And I see that this works. I'm working in hydrogen, and we do not have the possibility to change drastically the technology because we do not have the capacity to produce hydrogen. And I see how the refinery in Netherlands started with 1 megawatt, 10 megawatt, 20 megawatt, and I see that this refinery will continue because they already know and they want to go to the end, to the top, to the total reconstruction. But if you go and say, now we shall build half gigawatt and change your technology totally, I'm afraid that even if there are money, companies will say, well, it's too risky. That is in Bulgaria, I'm from Bulgaria, and that is the situation with our ammonia company. It should be step by step. Sorry that I went out of the topic, okay. But that is something that comes from life. And life, the green is the tree of life. Thank you.
Thank you. The green is the tree of life. Thank you very much. That we will keep, I'm sure. Yes, please. But first, I had Aratheli, please.
Yeah, no, thanks. A very quick comment. I think just echoing on this suggestion to bring the plan on the SEND plan to this more holistic kind of approach. I mean, I think for this type of projects, when we talk about demonstration projects, so as it's been said, we're talking about relatively high capital investment. And at the same time, we have to do it quite quickly, and we have to be very effective. So I think this calls very much for this coordination, not only through the different steps of, let's say, of the innovation process, but also thinking of, if there's a need to demonstrate certain elements of a technology, I think coordination between the specific national strategies that fit into this set plan. So if there is, let's say, a demonstration of technology X approved to be funded in a given country, it is very important that rest of countries are aware of this. What are the timelines? What are going to be the specific targets and the learnings that are going to be gathered? So then perhaps there's a particular different configuration or a particular component that it could be more important than to be demonstrated in another parallel project. And there needs to be some coordination, because then we don't need 5, 6 demonstrations. We may need 1 or 2. And then we reduce risks, we reduce capital, we reduce risks, and we reduce the timing. So it's this type of thinking, and I think in Europe, this is more my personal opinion, but I mean, we have a very in a way, advantageous starting point, in the sense that we have different regional contexts, and we could kind of take advantage of that, thinking of, more holistically what we want to achieve. What are the innovation gaps? What are then the large pilots, large demonstrations that could be needed? How they could be disentangled as well. Sometimes we need to demonstrate a very large process technology that needs to be very specific, tailored to a given context. And that's a very big challenge. Can we disentangle that into more the conceptual technological challenges that need to be resolved? Then we can break this down into different projects that can be less risky, but they need to be coordinated, and they can take place in different regional contexts as well, I mean different countries. They need to be coordinated though, because then when all these learnings from these components get together, they all need to be coherent and having thought through. So I just wanted to add this additional dimension. I think this, cross-cutting, holistic approach is very important. And to me, that not only it's important, it's a must, because otherwise we won't really meet the targets that we have in front of us. So just another, perspective and tool to make this happen.
I like it because we in the EU set up pilot lines for materials 10 years ago, and then we discovered that some pilot lines, which were a demonstration project, could be used by others than the initiator. Then we begin to produce pilot lines open for others, and then we came to open innovation testbeds, and now to technology infrastructure. So we have that tool. The question mark is, because there is a staff working document of 2019 on that, and they are already technology infrastructure running in Europe. They are not known enough. They're posing a lot of problems for dictating the access, but they are still working. And as you were saying, Muriel, this should become a chance for Europe to overcome the fact that we are 27 countries, which could be an advantage, but a handicap. So, but then Christian wanted to say interesting things.
Well, I want to agree a lot. I think it is very important, what you said about, design the technical challenge and the concept that needs to be solved in a holistic way. We're part, relating this to the set plan as well. I'm sitting on the IWG on HVDC technology. And half of the people there, they all agree we have a challenge. We need to do something on grid infrastructure if we're gonna integrate all these renewables. And one part of the group is saying our recommendation to the Commission should be, your targets are too ambitious. You should reduce your targets. And another group is saying, no, we should say that this is a technological challenge. There's going to be 800 billion invested in offshore infrastructure the next 30 years. Take 1% of that, 8 billion, and use it for innovation. And I think on how to solve that holistic problem. And then the companies will have their own ideas on how that'll be solved. I forgot your name from Bulgaria, but you're very right. Don't ask the companies to start doing things that they didn't plan to do. They might be inspired by meeting other people, but they have a plan, they have a vision, they have invested money in the belief on a technology. Let them do that and try to solve the holistic challenge.
Okay, we are approaching the end now. Unfortunately, we begin a bit late. So I would like, first of all, I'm very amazed by that, but I would like to mention two things, and then I give you the final floor. One thing is, in my experience of policymaker in the European Commission, something I noted is that if you say, no, it will never work, if you put enough energy, it will work. So it's a matter of belief at the European level. If we believe we can do it, we will do it. I'm sure about it. And the second reaction is that our role is not to put money first, because we don't have that much. Our role is to pave the way, to show where to go, to show where there is a certain insurance that it is the right way to do. And this is a policy way of the EU. So what is important for the set plan for me is to be clear on that and to put it as a tool where member states, associated countries, and the EU together pave the way and show where to go. But that's personal, huh? Now. You will have to do one sentence as a conclusion. Usually I have the same sentence. I ask you, okay, you are at the Berlaymont, which is the office of the Commission, the big one, and you are by chance crossing Mrs. von der Leyen in the lift. You have 13 floors to tell her exactly in one sentence what is important to do for the set plan. So the floor is yours now. Who wants to do first? Yes, Dana?
Well, I'd speak quickly to Ursula, so I'd tell her two things. I'd say, you probably guessed it, the innovation sub-target in the Renewable Energy Directive, that'll really give teeth to the set plan process. And then the second thing I'd say is keep up the work with the ETIPs and the IWGs, and specifically the CSA support for them in via Horizon projects. I'm not sure what the latest status of it is, but I understand that there's some discussions as to seeing if these ETIPs or IWGs could be financially self-sustainable.
One sentence, you reached the 13th floor already.
Okay, so keep it up with the IWGs and CSAs.
And then, of course, I will have to do a briefing for Mrs. von der Leyen on ETIPs, clearly, because she doesn't know. But we will transfer the industry, keep the industry in the set plan. Muriel?
I probably won't go on to the set plan. That's not my specialty, but I probably will hit her on innovation. I think there are too low challenges and ambitions on how innovative Europe should be. And we have picked up some of the key topic, industrial strategies, especially with the CHIP Act. There is other areas where we should do the same. And in those areas, be ambitions with infrastructure where you can develop research and tech and scale up. And this is what they've done with microelectronics and the clean rooms. I'm sure there is the guys discussing in hydrogen already and others area where she should look at and start to put carrots that member states will follow.
Very good. Please.
Can follow very quickly, thanks. I could say that, just to reiterate a bit the point that we were discussing, I think we need a clear vision on what are really the technological challenges that remain for the transition, and not only thinking about what is the challenge for ocean, what is the challenge for, I don't know, lithium-free batteries, what is the challenge for hydrogen-based steel production. More thinking, what are the holistic challenges? Because if we think fundamentally, what is the process, what is the technological need for a particular technology to operate, there's a lot of commonalities that are not very visible, I think, in the debate across all these different technologies. And if we think about this holistically, I'm sure we can nail down this challenge into 5, 6 core technological developments that need to be addressed. Then we need to configure them in different ways, we need to integrate them in different ways. And this applies not only in the way we operate technologies, but also how we manufacture them. So I think we can make a very important intellectual work of trying to simplify that and then be very targeted about how we organize the way we want to resolve those challenges together with industry.
Okay, Christian?
I would ask Ms. von der Leyen to align the funding mechanisms, also to include grid innovation, grid planning, and efficiency as a cross-cutting issue in the set plan. I would also ask her services to define the infrastructure that's needed to take us to a decarbonized economy and put forward proposals for scaling up and applying technologies that are already commercially available and that would otherwise be applied in other places. And then I would remind her of what her predecessor, Jean Monnet, one of the great architect of the European Union, said. He said that people only accept change when faced with necessity, and they only recognize necessity when they're faced with a crisis. We're faced with at least 2 major crises, and that means we don't have the time to spend this incremental change that is sometimes the way of the European Union, but a crisis can really start moving things, so this is also an opportunity. We have more than 2 crises, actually. We have several crises too.
Antonio?
Yes, if I can say 2 words, is circularity. Can you hear me?
Very well.
Okay, so circularity and integration. Systems integration, we cannot electrify all the energy system. It will be very expensive and not the best solution. We need to integrate sectors, look at feedstock, chemicals, water, and energy and food all together. So a holistic approach and systems integration. And we need circularity to address critical and raw materials, European strategic supply, and independence. These are the two pillars, I think, for the set plan for a new vision of integrated research towards innovation.
Antonio, you speak to my heart. I think the next crisis will be on materials and circularity. But this is only personal. With that words, I would like to thank you very much. Thank the panelists. They have been very flexible in the questions. So I would like you to applaud the panelists, please. And thanks to the audience. Wishing you a nice lunch.
Hello, everyone. This is already sharp, so welcome to the last panel of this year's Set Plan conference. I'm very honored to may guide you through this last panel. My name is Johannes Stangl. I'm, as you can see, a co-founder of the Fridays for Future movement in Austria, but also a PhD student at the Complexity Science Hub Vienna, working on supply chains. And this session will come back to the question of youth engagement regarding the Set Plan conference, but also the broader energy transition topic, and how youth can take up a leading or shaping role in the energy transition. This comes at a time when the energy crisis asks us to rethink how we do research, how we do policy, and also in the year of the youth that we are celebrating this year. And without any further ado, I may introduce you our speakers. To my left, I see Luciana Mio. You're head of clean economy at the Energy Policy Group and a founder of the European Youth Energy Network. And you hold a PhD in energy efficiency from the Imperial College London. Then next, Agnieszka Roczkowska. You're an energy policy researcher representing the Young International Solar Energy Society and co-founder of the European Solar Network. Then next to us is Miroslav Hala. You're a representative of the Czech Student Association and a doctoral student in chemistry and chemical technology. And next, we have Eleonora Cherubini. You're the president of the Young Leaders in Energy, Yes, and Sustainability, Yes, Europe, and also learned a recent graduate in energy engineering. And last but not least, of course, Paula Pinho. You're director for Just Transition, Consumers, Energy Efficiency, and Innovation, many fields in the Directorate General for Energy. And just quickly about the choreography of the session. You will start in a second with your keynote. Then we have a panel discussion, and we'll also have questions from the audience. So if anything is interesting to you, if you want to ask anything, our speakers, think of questions for the end of the session. And may I ask you for your introductory remarks?
So good morning, it's a late morning, it's a real pleasure to be here and a double pleasure to be in such a panel with young people. I will consider myself still young, not as much, but still young. And with a kickoff message, when I was thinking really of how to address you, I realized we are going really through transformational times. If you look back at the past 3 years, make it 3 years, 3 crises. We were in the middle of the climate change crisis, which I'm afraid will not leave us anytime soon. And we headed into a public health crisis with COVID. And when we were just starting to get out of it, boom, energy crisis triggered also and strengthened by the invasion by Russia of Ukraine. And so your role in this transformation is absolutely key. And you have 2 options. You can decide as young people, you can decide we will be just the passive victim of this crisis, or no, we will shape it, we will be an actor, and we will use it as an opportunity to really make a difference out of it, and to look for the silver lining which any crisis brings, even these in these very terrible times that we are going through, but which also brings opportunities. So it's really up to you to shape the response to this crisis and to seize the opportunities they entail and to act on it. There is one common response to this 3 crises. It's the decarbonization of the society, not just the energy system. It's really societal. It's across the economy, with everything it entails, to end our import dependence of fossil fuels, to end the subsidies to fossil fuels, to gradually roll out the renewable energy sources, to innovate, to deploy clean energy technologies, to really allow making the best of the potential of renewable energy sources, of energy efficiency. And at the same time, while doing all this, make sure that this energy transition is just. And on top of it, we now have the short-term challenge, which is decarbonize, make sure the transition is just, but don't forget energy security, which is making us having to go for short-term options, which were not in the plan when we were thinking only of the climate change a few years ago. So it's really not easy to square the circle and to balance the short-term and the mid and longer-term challenges. Now, in all of it, and this is, for me, the very good news, also seeing your type of involvement, your type of attitude, is you have a key role to play. How and what? If we look at what are the obstacles to this energy transition, we see that one obstacle is the lack of participation from citizens. Another obstacle is the lack of adequate skills and education. And another one is the lack of the necessary technologies to really make this transition happen. And so you, through your behavior, in the way, for instance, you consume energy, from going from a passive consumer to an active prosumer, producing your own energy, reducing demand of energy, you can make a difference. And by the way, to all the less young people in the audience, we can also make a difference. Each and every single one of us can become and should become an active actor in this energy system. I'm still hopeful that we will come to a day where wasting energy will be penalized. We deal with energy in a far too lenient way. We have to reduce demand in an efficient and smart way so that we avoid having to destroy demand rather that we need, and we need to do it in a smart way. So through your active and vocal participation in the debates, even if you're not an activist, you can make a difference. And many youth organizations, which you also represent, are leading a wide array of new social practices to connect people, to connect initiatives, to connect policies, creating inclusive opportunities, building networks, and building this sense of urgency, which is out there, and nobody has any more doubts about it. We've seen over the last few years how the youth climate movement gained momentum. We saw young people as a driving force towards achieving our sustainability goals. You need to keep it up. So through your behavior, I was saying, you can make a difference. Through your education, and you are living examples of that. As our energy system becomes more and more integrated, when we talk about skills, it's really important to think beyond disciplinary and sectoral boundaries. We need students equipped with, at the same time, specialized skills, but also a range of horizontal skills enabling to tackle the problems in a systemic and interdisciplinary manner, and to do it, please, in a European way. And I was so pleased yesterday at the dinner to see that some of you really are coming from very specialized studies and are now bringing it to a broader angle and bringing the need for that specialized training, but then putting it in the broader picture of the challenges we're facing. So what you choose to study, the area of work that you choose can actively contribute to the energy transition. We need the clean energy skills from architects to engineers, applying the last technologies to buildings, from researchers developing the latest clean energy technologies to daring entrepreneurs who take the risk and are able then and willing to do the first steps. And with such skills, young people can make a real difference. We need more scientifically literate and curious people who use their education to really shape society. And the good news here is that there is such a big potential in terms of growth and in terms of employment when you look at clean energy technologies, when you look at clean energy supply chains, and we've seen the International Energy Agency outlook just came out last week, and again it points to the potential of jobs in clean energy, which today already exceed the number of jobs in fossil fuels globally. So this is good news, and so there is potential in these areas. At the same time, you can actively shape and drive the energy transition. But the burden should not only be on your shoulders. And so really as policymakers, as researchers, and as representatives of public institutions at EU, at national, at local level, we need to listen to you. We need to integrate you in the debates, in policy making, and that's precisely what we're doing here today. It's one good example of it, and it's in the framework of the Set Plan conference, which in a way mirrors the main pillars of the EU youth strategy, which are to engage, to connect, to empower, but also to challenge. And again, yesterday I liked being challenged by some of you with challenging questions on how we go about this transition. And let me just give you some examples, very concrete examples of how the European Commission is trying to support and contribute to the engagement of youth, in particular in the field of research. For instance, last April, we launched a new initiative to promote the objectives of the European Year of Youth. You know that this is the European Year of Youth, and it's called Horizon Europe Calls Youth 22 Initiative. And here, the idea is that master students of any discipline can become young observers during the evaluation of project proposals with a mentor from the Commission. And I can tell you, I'm sure that many member states representatives and university representatives would like to have the same opportunity, because we know it can sometimes be complex to go through this process of applications. And so that's one opportunity. Another one, which is already a long-standing initiative, is the European Institute of Technology for Knowledge and Innovation Communities. It's composed of companies, research labs, and universities, each dedicated to solving a pressing global challenge, from climate change to health to renewable energy. Another one is the support to young entrepreneurs called the IT Girls Go Circular Project, and it's extended to cover young ladies from all EU member states, equipping over 40,000 schoolgirls with digital and entrepreneurial skills. We also have the Climate Pact, as you may have heard, and where young people are encouraged to become a volunteer Climate Pact ambassador, and are also invited to devise innovative climate-focused projects and submit them to a public vote. And we've had this year already 12 youth policy dialogues with various commissioners, the latest with the Commissioner for Energy, Ms. Kadri Simpson. And on top of this, also a contest for young scientists, which is promoted, and which is now already in its 33rd edition for young minds aged between 14 and 20 years old. It's the most important student science fair in the EU, and it has been extremely important to encourage more young people to dedicate their lives to careers in science and technology. And then for an age a little bit older, but very young still, between 21 and 35, is the so-called EU Talent On, which is really meant to promote careers in research and innovation and facilitate cross-border collaboration among young talents, entrepreneurs, and industry. So these, just to give you a few examples of concrete action on how we're trying to promote your engagement. Now, I personally really look forward to hearing from you here as representatives of very active students. And we really need your input, your creativity, and your engagement. And it's therefore really a pleasure to be here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Then it's on us now to give some inputs, I guess. And I would like to ask each of you, what's your vision, what's your idea, what you think is the role of youth in the energy transition, also within the context of the set plan, maybe. Just pass it on. Yes.
Great. Thank you, Johannes, and thank you very much to the organizers of the Set Plan Conference for the chance to be here, and all of you for being in the room with us today to discuss youth in the energy transition. Very important topic, and thanks, Paula, for reflecting so deeply on it. It was really interesting for me to hear that you acknowledge the range of roles that young people are going to play in the energy transition. I'd like to dig a bit deeper into this, because when we talk about youth in the energy transition, we're not talking about a homogeneous group. So we're not talking about a single role that young people can play. You know, young people are the researchers, the innovators, the designers of the energy solutions of the future. They are advocates for sustainability that bring a sense of urgency and criticality to decision making. But they're also part of the workforce of heavy emissions-intensive industries that are going to face significant challenges in the coming decades and are going to need to decarbonize at pace and at scale. So how can we empower these young people to align with this transformation and to really drive it from inside these industries? We also have young people that are part of an exodus from aging just transition regions that are struggling with fossil fuel legacy. So how can we equip these young people to return and stimulate their local home economies and drive the green and digital transition in these spaces? Also, one crucial aspect that Paula mentioned was young people as users, future users of the products and services that are going to come with the transformation of our energy system. So how can we harness their arguably larger concern for climate change and help them spearhead a movement for procuring green products and services? So all this to say that to really understand and leverage the role of young people in the energy transition, we need to acknowledge the range of roles that they're going to play. And within each of these roles, we need to leverage the unique qualities that young people bring here, you know, their digital mindedness, their connectedness, their concern for climate and sustainability. We need to give young people these spaces in which to give the best of these unique qualities, because we are effectively nurturing the leadership and the workforce of the decades to 2050, crucial decades in the energy transition. And we need to do that through meaningful youth engagement. We need to do that through cultivating these unique qualities in workplaces, in schools, and communities. And I'd just like to touch on one point that I think is not really discussed a lot because it's not very sexy. It's monitoring and evaluation. When we start thinking about meaningful youth engagement, we already need to start thinking about how we are going to assess ourselves and how well we're doing. We need to constantly be thinking about how we're doing things and how we can improve them. So for example, we want the leaders of the energy transition to be critical thinkers, critically minded. So what barriers are the young critical thinkers of today facing and having their voices heard? Where is this happening? At what levels of governance? Are there any groups of young people that are being marginalized? We need to answer all these questions to build a realistic picture of the human capital that we have today to drive the energy transition of tomorrow. And that is the only way that we are going to remove the human resource bottleneck that is currently an issue, both in the European but also in the global energy transition. And only in this way will we deliver 2050 at scale and at pace. Thank you.
Thank you so much. May I just pass it on, and then we start the discussion from there.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to say that, of course, the critical role in the green transition is for researchers which are developing clean energy, the policymakers that are defining the strategies and streaming funds, but the most important is the youth generation who will be soon taking over the initiated transition and will complete it. But I think, however, there is a huge lack in understanding of various renewable energy resources potentials, especially among youth. And Europe needs well-informed and well-skilled young people to complete the green transition. from my perspective, solar energy advocate, I would like to underline that the potential of PV vastly surpasses the potential of wind and hydropower combined. And I think that young people should be aware of this potential of PV, and they should be well informed, and at the basis of their information, they should choose their engagement in green transition. Of course, they should be engaging their everyday living choices, green choices, but of course they should seek jobs in smart energy, in PV, because it carries the biggest transformation potential, but also they should support electrification and digitalization of energy. And on the other hand, I would like to also say that there is also a need on the early state of education, for example, in primary schools, for basic information about green energy and energy savings for very young children, because they are also the future of the green transformation.
Thank you. Miroslav.
Thank you. So I come from academic environment, so that's the environment that will that experts will come from, that are just learning now. And as you can see from all the other panels, the problem of the environmental change is really a wide problem. So there's a lot of different fields that need to be, that the next leaders will need to be educated on. And I come from a very technical school, and I only got education in the technology side. So I lack, well, a lot of students from technology schools like the horizontal skills that can bring it all together, and it's on their own activity to get that skills. So that's well, the education is lacking, and my previous speaker, it's lacking also in the basic education. So young people, children are lacking quality information about what's happening in this world right now, and it's on their own to get the information from internet and other stuff. And you know, there's a lot of bad information on internet and in the television and so on. So we could be in a big problem in few years when young people will have bad information about what's happening, and they will challenge the ideas that we are building now. So yeah, I think the education is one of the most important parts of this transition. From carbon society to non-carbon society. We need to teach the people what it is really about. And yeah, and the other thing I wanted to talk about is the support of PhD students, which is not ideal in our country at least. And it's the three big crises hit higher education really hard, at least in our country, because right now we are facing big economic crisis at the universities, and we are discussing what should be the reward for PhD student, the monthly pay, and we are discussing if it should be 1 or 1.2 of minimum wage, and I think that's really offensive to me. At least I'm a young researcher, I'm engineer, and if I could go to industry, I will get many more money for what I do. And if I want to stay in the research field, I have to go through the 4 years of really low pay. And I can imagine I want to have children, and it's really hard for me. And I even can't imagine what it will be for women in research fields, PhD candidates. And the other thing is, if I look here, how many PhD candidates are here right now. Yeah. Yeah, I think I will end on this. We will talk more about it.
Thank you. Yeah. Eleonora.
Hi. Thank you very much, and also I would like to thank Paula, because really she reflected exactly what I was thinking and what we have been discussing before this panel and in previous sessions. So thank you very much. And just to add to this discussion, I would like to point out one issue that we've all agree upon. That's like inclusive communication. I was here yesterday and this morning, and every single panel that I've listened to, they were saying that they had problems in communicating the urge of that specific technology, which was nuclear yesterday. They said that the world is forgetting about them, and CCUS this morning, and really many other panels. And I would like to underline the concept of inclusive communications, because here we have PhD students or former PhD students and researchers and people in the policy making. But in order to have inclusive communication, we should have here a lot of people from the university, because they will be working tomorrow. A lot of people from corporate, because the set plan is strategy, energy, technology. It involves also corporates and businesses. And I personally work in the photovoltaic sector as a project manager. And set plan was never mentioned in any discussion. And I think we should also say that we've agreed upon that set plan also in the youth organizations. We are all involved in also at the European level. I know that Luciana, they are really involved with Ian at the European level, with Yes Europe, of course, we are involved at the European level. And when I was invited at this set plan, it was, and I have to admit, the first time I heard about the set plan. And it's the 16th conference. I know that like 16 years ago, I was only 9 years old, but still, like it was the first time I heard about it. And it's not just me. When I said I will be at the SET conference, just go and see what they have to say. What is the SET conference? And I'm talking not only about one person. I'm talking about representation of people that come from all over Europe, geographically speaking, because we have around, in Yes Europe, around 24 countries, local teams in 24 countries, and probably a really like negligible percentage knew about it. So I would like to push and conclude on this inclusive communication urge that can come also from with the help of the youth, because we could be the bridge. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for directly creating the bridge to the discussion that we want to have, right? If you talk about youth engagement, ultimately it's about dissemination of information as well, and like a reflection of like how this, how the energy transition is received also in the broader public. And coming more to the set plan specifically, maybe we can talk a little bit about, like you already said, it's not widely known, even among people that are working in the energy field. How can we make our strategies more coherent in the way that we like disseminate the information that is produced here or that is coming up here, the talks that we are having here, into the broader public and bring it back? That's a question I would like to, like, whoever wants to go first, but yeah. Sure, please.
Yeah, so thank you. And I think Eleonora made a really important point here about communication, not just of the set plan, but more widely of what is happening at European level. We also see a lot of not disengagement because it's not interesting, but disengagement because it's either not communicated properly or because it's too complex to understand for young people. So I think one of the things that could maybe emerge from this discussion is a communication effort around the set plan that really drills down into key messages of why this is important, where these technologies are going to make a difference, what is needed to roll them out, and also what you can do in this space. Because one other thing is that it can be a little bit off-putting, you know, to go and to try to engage with something that's very, very technical. I know the set plan is built on these sort of technical pillars. Maybe it's time to think about sort of cross-cutting pillars as well, and youth engagement can be one of them. So how do we bring these technologies into schools, into knowledge sharing, and engage young people with them? So definitely communication of the set plan. And I think one other role that young people could have around the set plan is a sounding board for how these technologies are going to play a role in the future. I know there's one of the action areas of the set plan, I think, is around consumers for new products and services. And well, young people are the future consumers. So can we bring young people in more as the sounding board for how these technologies are going to be rolled out and make a difference?
Anyone else wants to add something on that?
Thanks. And yes, another point could also be focusing on one other pillar of sustainability, because yes, sustainability is environment, it's economic, but it's also regarding social, so the society. As Paula said, we need now prosumers, not only consumers. So I think youth could also be, as I said before, a bridge with the society in general, because teaching kids in primary school, in elementary, in primary school, in middle school, or in high school, what's going on, all the amazing projects that are going on, because I was really shocked about the research and how we are really going forward and the solutions that all of you have suggested in the previous days. So if we could also take a little bit of technology out of what we have discussed and put a little bit more of the social impact behind it and bring it to all the educational system, I think it could be, it could boost a little bit the impact that you're making already right now.
Miroslav, you were mentioning in our previous talk that you don't see so many Czech people here, right? Maybe you want to bring this up again?
Yeah, that's right. There are some Czech people, but I wanted to talk about that there are no PhD candidates, but if you've seen, there's no, not even from other countries. So that's one thing. But right now I want to talk about the communication. So I think that in order for people to believe in the change and in the technologies they are going to use, and in the education and all the aspects of European Union, people need to believe in the idea of European Union. That what is this organization supposed to do, and what it's doing for their lives and for the lives of their children. And I believe that in most of the countries we come from in this panel, the idea of the European Union is really, it's weird. It comes from narrations from other sides, like from the Russian propagation that you can see in Hungary, that they are talking that European Union is bad and we need to cooperate with Russia more and stuff like that. And I think EU doesn't know how to communicate properly what it should do. And we've seen that in the demonstration, the anti-government demonstrations in my country, people have flags with crosses, red crosses over the flag of the European Union, and I don't think it's that they hate the organization, they just don't understand it. Then they don't know what it does, and I think we need to start to communicate this really soon to the people, because when they are older, they will already take donations from their parents and the public schools and from the television and internet. And as I said before, there's a lot of wrong information going around, and we need to. That's another big problem. The amount of information in this world is too much, and we need to pick the right information and better it. And I think it's one of our former presidents didn't understand climate change, and he spread this narrative to the whole population of people, and we are still battling it today, even though a lot of things changed. And it's really hard, and I think this should be one focus of European Union, to communicate clearly what it does and what it wants to do, and because it will have bad indications at the end.
I would would like to add that, as you already said, all of you said, that there is a need for well-informed European youth. And this education should start on the basic level, but also from my Polish experience, there is a lack of such education at the university level. We do not have so many courses about smart energy, clean energy, green energy. Most of the courses which are about green transition, green energy, are technical one. There is a lack of political, social courses that will educate young people about green transition.
Thank you so much for bringing it up. That's also a point that was previously made, that the youth is expected to educate themselves in many ways, right? That's, I think, a very interesting point. But all of you are representing some kind of youth organization, and maybe we can talk a little bit about your experience with engaging with policy processes, engaging with policy makers. Like you were bringing up the topic of a potential sounding board. What are good practices, how such a process could look like, if whoever wants to go first? Sure, you can keep up the order.
Yeah, hot seat next to the moderator. So I think a couple of points come to mind when we talk about best practices for youth engagement, but they're on both sides, right? So we have responsibilities that institutions need to take, we have responsibilities that young people need to take. And starting with the institutions, 3 key points come to mind. The first is permanence. So the space that young people are given to participate, whether it's in a policy-making process, whether it's in an educational development program, it needs to be permanent. It doesn't need to be subject to political agendas or political vagaries. Youth should always have a space that's there consistently. The second point is that institutions have a responsibility to try and avoid bad practices in youth engagement, which isn't always obvious. So we see a lot of really well-intentioned youth engagement efforts that end up resulting in, not an optimal contribution of young people. Young people who are brought into discussions, roundtables, debates, events for the purpose of ticking a certain box or achieving some kind of metric. And that is, it's not just suboptimal, it's actually destructive. It does reduce the credibility of those youth engagement efforts. And the third point is, again, on the credibility of youth engagement efforts, in that the outcomes of youth engagement, whether it's, again, in the workplace or in decision-making fora, there need to be concrete outcomes. Young people need to know what is happening with their input. So if we are to go forward and use young people as a sounding board for, okay, how can we roll out these new technologies in your region? How can we come up with living labs in just transition regions where we test out new solutions and create these green innovation hubs? Then the young people who are, in most cases, voluntarily and without remuneration participating in these engagement efforts, they need to know what is going to happen to their input. There needs to be a sort of clear vision of what's happening to their feedback. And obviously you could say that about the public in general when it comes to public consultation, but I think that sort of gaining the trust of young people, especially young people who are outside of the climate and sustainability bubble, credibility plays a really important role. And then just really briefly on the side of the responsibility of young people, I would say here, my personal opinion is that we have a responsibility to be targeted in our contributions. Like we were saying earlier, that it's really amazing to see young people who are specialized in certain topics, but coming out with a sort of holistic view. Indeed, we need to target our contributions to the places and the topics which matter most. We can't solve everything, and I think we need to direct our efforts to where we're going to make the biggest difference.
We'll figure it out together, I hope. Anyone else wants to add something on that?
Well, maybe to back up also what Luciana said, we have probably approached sometimes this panel with asking to be represented and complaining a bit, maybe. So one thing I would like to underline is that it's moving. It's not, as also Paula said before, there are projects in which youth are involved. And yes, in this I need also Luciana's help. Next week, I think, in order to involve the our NGOs and the AN. I think there is an event in Portugal, right? In Portugal, in which also Yes Europe will participate. Our vice president is going there, and many other members of our NGO, in which young people, because the average age in Yes Europe is around 25 years old, will have the opportunity to present a proposal to the Portuguese parliament in the topic of energy. Stop me if I'm wrong. And this is a great opportunity. So I would like to underline that something is already moving, and we have hope for what can come in the next years.
Please, response.
Sorry, just to respond to that, because I think absolutely right, there are good practice examples out there, and I just wanted to reflect on it in the context of another session this morning, which was talking about knowledge sharing. And I know one of the questions that we maybe wanted to address was about member states and how the SET plan can sort of support youth engagement in member states. And I think here the sort of knowledge exchange, what works, what doesn't work, is really, really crucial. So again, playing into this monitoring and evaluation aspect, okay, we have good examples, we have examples where things have not gone so well. How can member states and other actors within the energy sector sort of talk to each other and share that and figure out the best way forward?
Especially regarding that the SET plan is a traveling conference, right? So that we can make sure that knowledge is not lost in the process. Miroslav, Agnieszka? Yeah, please.
From my experience, the cooperation with what worked really well regarding the engagement young researchers with policymakers is academic activity involving policymakers. For example, for me, it was editing a book related energy policy, European energy policy, and I involved to this book several European policymakers, but also academics and industry experts. And on the second, on the other side, for me also works really well engaging in European funding projects like Stand ICT from Horizon 2020. It gives me opportunity to work with some policymakers, some standardization bodies, and some companies, and of course researchers.
Thank you so much. We are almost at opening the floor for your questions, so please think of preparing them. What I thought we could quickly touch upon is the intergenerational aspect, because youth is, I have the feeling, in some ways almost idealized in, driving change, but it's always a cooperation between people, like bringing new impetus, but also like with the people that are at the moment in power to, actually implement stuff. What do you think about this this interplay of generations? How will that affect the energy transition? Whoever wants to.
I think it's essential. We're talking about youth involvement in energy transition, but without the expertise of people that have been working in the sector for many years and without the knowledge of the issues that they have faced, without their help of the older generations, we cannot empower. We can't. We can bring our ideas, we are proactive, we are motivated, we want to make a change, but if we don't have the instruments, if we don't have the experience from the technical point of view, we cannot do that. So I think it's essential to work all together.
I also want to say it works the other way too, because our grandparents and parents grew up in a whole different world than we live now. So for them it's also, maybe from the grandparents' point of view, they don't understand most of the things that are happening right now, because they didn't live in a world with internet, with mobile phones, with TVs. And we need to educate them too, because they are also voting and electing government officials, and they don't understand a lot of things because they didn't lived with them for a long time. So I think just that we need expertise from older people, but also we can teach older people something from our point of view too.
I can just sort of maybe wrap that up. I think they're both excellent points. And indeed, I think synergy between the people who are going to enter the workforce and are going to take those leadership roles and the people who are already in there is really crucial. And I think you could say that about any kind of groups trying to work together today. It's incredibly important because we're living in a world where we're not listening to each other anymore. So as young people, we were constantly asking to be listened to. We also need to listen to the older generations, right? Like we grew up with internet and mobile phones. Our parents maybe didn't, so they can learn from us. We also didn't grow up in a world with war in Europe, so we can learn certain things from our parents as well. And I think that somebody earlier, I think in the CCUS panel, was mentioning patience. And I think that's something that we absolutely need. We need to be very deliberate about the way that we're engaging and about the way that we're working together. Even though the crisis is so pressing, we need to be delivering at speed, but not at the expense of being deliberate and listening.
If I could add something, I think that the great place for this intergenerational cooperation are some research projects, and I think that SETPlan should strongly advocate increase of research and innovation funding, which will engage young people, young engineers, and it could be also some, I don't know, some percentage of, some quantitative percentage of the young people engagement in these projects. Thank you.
Excellent points. Thank you so much. Let's open up the floor. Hands from the audience who wants to address our panel and engage. Please, is there a microphone being passed around? Okay, please then use the stand. Yeah, thank you. And maybe also quickly introduce yourself.
Of course. My name is Piero Colonna. I am a professor of propulsion and power at Delft University of Technology. So I deal every day with young people, and actually that gives me a lot of hope, and also watching you today, it makes me very enthusiastic. I would like to give you possibly, given that you have asked for some input from the older generation as well, and the experience I acquired working my entire professional life in the area of renewable energy and so forth. I participate to countless conferences where energy technologies are discussed. This is the case today as well. And something that Paula said resonates very strongly with me. We technologists very often imply that with technology we will solve the global climate change. In my opinion, and after 35 years working in this area, even though I am completely enthusiastic about it, I am fully convinced this cannot be the case. We need behavioral change at societal level, and you, the young people, are the ones that unfortunately have to bear that change. So my suggestion to you, whenever you talk about technologies, start by saying that if we continue in this crazy consumerism of everything, material and energy, there's no way out. I live with numbers because I'm an engineer. I'm not a climate scientist, but when I look at the numbers, this is so apparent by orders of magnitude. So that's my first message. And the second message, which somehow didn't also emerge so much from the sessions in this conference, the relevance of Europe. The problems we are facing are not at national level, cannot be solved at national level. Europe is a value, and the young generation should always start, when talking to other young people, by making this very clear. If we look at Europe in terms of population and also as developed societies, The potential is all there. We have responsibility, a global responsibility, in my opinion, to show the world that even with cumbersome processes and so forth, as Europe, we can make a stand, never as single countries.
Thank you so much. I like the point that we were talking so much about the social side of technologies at a technology symposium. Does anyone want to react to them? I'll take a point up there.
Yeah, thank you so much for the points. Just on the first one about behavior change, absolutely, I think that's really important. And I was actually reflecting on the manifesto of the European Energy Research Alliance that they released recently as a response to sort of Repower EU and everything that's happening right now in Europe. And that energy demand reduction is going to be absolutely key. And I found myself thinking about the role that young people can potentially play here, not just as agents of behavior change, but also as ambassadors for behavior change. So encouraging these sort of sustainable practices and lifestyles in their communities, and also further down the line, ambassadors for solidarity. If we're talking about the EU and growing polarization about Miroslav, you're mentioning about what is the role of the EU, what's actually happening, and what are the benefits. Young people, I think, can also become ambassadors in this respect. But here, again, communication is key, because we're not just talking about the bubble of young people who believe in the EU and who are in the climate bubble. We're also talking about young people who are Eurosceptic and who don't know what climate change is. That's, in Eastern Europe, that's more people than you think. So we also need to think about how we reach these youth and encourage them to become ambassadors for sustainable change.
Thank you so much. There's a second question, please.
Yes, good morning. My name is Eric Lecomte. I work in the European Commission. I work for Pola, actually, in DG Energy. Well, and just answering to the comment of Eleonora about inclusive communication, I would like to inform you that there is in the European Commission the so-called Visitors Center, and any group of students can apply to request a visit to the Commission and have experts from any DG, energy, mobility, whatever, to speak about the European policies and answer your questions if you have questions and listen to you. And the other initiative also is back to school. So where the functionaries, as we are encouraged to go back to the schools where we studied when we were in secondary school or universities, and to talk about our experience and exchange of wisdom. So that's maybe a suggestion for, I don't know if at national level, they also go to school, back to school, where they've studied to talk about the country, but also about Europe. So that's all from me. Thank you.
Please, yeah.
Yeah. So yes, I know about the visitor centers because I was walking in Rome. I'm from Rome, and I was walking around just for fun, and I saw a visitor center that was just, I think it opened a month ago in really the very center of Rome, and I was really curious about it. I entered, and it was really a great experience. So it was. I don't know if it's a new one. They explained that it was just built. I don't know if you could.
Actually, I was talking about the opportunity for groups to come to Brussels.
Okay.
And to have colleagues from the various DGs talking on the subjects that you are asking for.
Oh, okay.
And during the COVID, it was even organized remotely, so that if travel to Brussels can be an issue, it can also be organized in remote format.
Oh, I didn't know about that opportunity, but I think now I will make a new point that also visitor centers can be really interesting, because being in the very center of the city allows also people that don't know anything about this kind of opportunity to just see it in front of them. It's everybody can go inside and see what's going on at the European level. There is an interactive map. They can touch their country and see what's going on at the European level and the projects that are ongoing. So for maybe that project or the couple of projects that you mentioned, I'm really happy and I will look through them because it's really interesting. But for example, I didn't know anything about it. I'm not representing the younger generation, but I didn't know anything about it. While in this other case, you see it in front of you. Sometimes you need to see things in front of you in order to find find it.
As much as I would like us to discuss further and forge all the strategies and communications that we need to further convey this topic, I'm afraid we'll have to continue this over lunch. So I will would like to come to a closing round, and maybe can also follow the order again. One idea, one commitment, one little action that you would like to take with you home, or that you would like to also take the audience home, so we can, further disseminate all what's happening here. And then finally, Paula, ending with your final remarks. So please.
Sure. So start small, obviously, going back to my workplace and also to my local community in Romania, and talking about what the set plan is and trying to explain why it's important. Something to take away, I think, just to wrap things up, is again this idea of evaluating what we're currently doing and what we can do better. I think we're all living in a time where we can talk about youth engagement or any kind of development that we're trying to undergo, and we are in a time of crisis, like Paula pointed out, and I just like to reflect on something that Jared Diamond says about overcoming crises as nations, which is two very important things are honest self-appraisal and selective change. So on the one hand, let's be honest with ourselves, how well are we doing? Not just with youth engagement, but with everything, with decarbonization, with where we're going, and what needs to change, but also what needs to stay, and what's working. There's no point destroying everything and starting from scratch. We can't afford that. So that's what I want to take away, and that's what I would encourage everybody to take away.
Thank you, please.
I think that the two most important things about engaging youth in a green transition is the information and well-informed European youth, and the second is skills, well-skilled European youth. So I think that we need a huge European investments in research and development and research and innovation, and engaging especially young researchers, young engineers in these projects.
Okay, I think the most crucial thing is the communication, and this is a really complex problem, and we need to communicate it to a lot of different groups of people, from youngsters to young researchers, uneducated people, older people, normal, a lot of different groups of people that need to communicate, that all communicate in different ways. So we need to think about how to communicate best with each of these groups and not use one way of communication, because it will never work. We need to communicate separately with different groups in their own language, and I think that's what needs to bring the Europe together, is this thing, the way of the communication with all the interested parties.
Well, I will bring a lot back home with me. I've received so many inputs, both like technologically speaking and in terms of concepts and things that are really going on. And I would like to bring back home to my friends, colleagues, and everybody in the Yes Europe community, because I'm representing also all of them here today, that we really need to open our eyes and help all of these to be public in our way, so in our way of communicating it, because if everybody does that, I'm sure that this issue is solved.
Thank you. Yeah, please. Paula, your final words.
For all these inputs. Well, I would say the sheer dimension of the societal transformation we're going through is such that every single one of us needs to contribute. And there's no one in this world who can claim not to be concerned by it and not to have a role in it. And it applies really to every single one of us also in this room. And so what you've said here, the permanence, for instance, of the involvement of the youth. We have to tackle that. And I take it, we need to see how will we reflect it in the set plan. It needs to be part of it, not just occasionally, it needs to be part of it. The same with, I don't understand how is it that there are not more partnerships between the PhD students and university and industry who needs, it's a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer and it should be then paying off. So clearly it's this inclusiveness. On the communication, I trust you will be our ambassadors, both for the set plan and for the EU. And otherwise, just let me leave you with a reminder. I said I'm young, but not as young. And I still remember when I was a student, if I came to a conference like this and I met interesting young people, if I wanted to stay in touch, I would have to write a letter, okay? And believe me, it's not that easy. You go out of this conference and you exchange your mobile phones and you set up a WhatsApp set plan young group and you just multiply. You multiply the exchanges, you multiply the good ideas, you take it to your communities. So it's immense what you can do with it. So take it, run with it, and really nice being part of this panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we'll start the WhatsApp group right away. And without further ado, thank you so much for coming. This panel is over now. And yeah, thank you all for your engagement. And let's keep it up.
So, and we go directly now to the closing session, and it is my pleasure to invite, on behalf of Commissioner Kadri Simpson, responsible for energy, who unfortunately could not be here, who had to accompany President von der Leyen to an urgent trip. She is represented today by our Deputy Director General, Massimo Garriva, and it is also my big pleasure to invite to the floor Deputy Minister René Nedela, whom I had the pleasure to meet for many years, and both will do the closing session. And thank you also on behalf of the European Commission, Minister, for hosting us, and on behalf of all the community. So if I may invite you to come up to the stage, and I would start by giving the floor to Massimo Garriba, and then followed by Deputy Minister Nedela.
Thank you very much, Paola. Good morning to everyone. Deputy Minister, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. We are in crisis, geopolitical, economic, social, and it's in the time of crisis that it's important to look forward, not only to the immediate, but to keep the light to see what we do in the future. And I was listening quite carefully to the last panel on that, and witnessing the enthusiasm of the youth and the engagement of the young people in the theme of the energy transformation. For me, was actually quite breathtaking. Let me say that. So you spent here 2 days. I've just joined you this morning, so I don't pretend to know everything that you have discussed. But my colleagues have told me that you not only went through the discussions on the technologies themselves, but actually how to shape the future of the set plan. And this is very important because we need to connect and break the silos and bring all the initiatives together. The set plan is a wide ranging plan, and you went through cutting industry emissions, use of renewables and energy efficiency, looking at the life cycle of the buildings through skills and jobs and communication, highly integrated systems with renewables and of course storage, which is linked to that, the role of nuclear energy as baseload in a resilient and low carbon energy system. The need, which for research is always very important, which is to keep thinking outside the box and having new uses of every single possible technology. The move towards hydrogen in the energy system and in the work of the set plan. The newest developments and the potential of carbon capture and use. And obviously, I think that this is a very important theme for Europe as a whole, how to bring the results of research and innovation out of the lab and into the market in order to ensure that there is an uptake of the technology themselves. Together with the ubiquitous role of digitalization and smart grid in the new energy system, you discussed the ever-increasing role of decentralized low-carbon sources and why it is so important to enable the consumer to engage and become a prosumer part of the new energy system. The new action plan and the digitalization of the energy system was also at the heart of this discussion, and you have just adopted such an action plan, enhancing the access and the exchange of energy data, fostering citizens' engagement in the energy transition, and addressing the challenges of digitalization in terms of cybersecurity and carbon footprint. And as I mentioned, bringing into the new generation is of course a key step in ensuring all that. So the new set plan is something which is needed because the set plan has proven to be a very good instrument to plan big and to help through well-coordinated research and innovation strategy to make the transition happen. And the recent launch of Clean Energy Transition and Driving Urban Transition co-fund partnership are an excellent illustration in this sense. However, the set plan is a teenager, is 15, 16 years old, was last revamped in 2015, and it is now important that objective, scope, governance, activities, and monitoring of it need to fit the evolving agenda. So the new set plan, the future set plan, needs to meet the objective of the Green Deal, which is the guiding light of this mandate of the European Commission, and the Repower EU plan. And all the components of the set plan at national, industrial, and European level need to work together in order to develop and deliver the smart, clean energy solutions. So there are some pressing needs, and the pressing needs which all work towards the decarbonization of the society involve the performance and the cost efficiency of clean energy technologies. The acceleration and the development of the deployment, because we read every day that we need to go faster if we want to achieve our climate target. And we need to develop an overall strategy to further exploit synergies between research and innovation strategies at EU level, at national level, and also at the international level. And then I think that, as I mentioned it before, but bridging silos, working cross-sector, bringing to the sheer technological element, the societal element that was so well, I think, described in the, by the previous panel. I think that this is a job that is also very important to do by this whole community. The challenges of the energy transition, we all know that, but I think that are more than ever of actuality. We need to cut dependence on fossil fuel, at the same time achieve energy and technology independence. And we need to be able to do it in Europe for ourselves and for the others in all this. So the new version of the set plan will also need to take into account the increasing role of enabling technologies, energy storage, digital solution, smart grid, and clean hydrogen. It needs to link into the European research area objective, especially to help innovative and risk-taking industry to shape a resilient, green, and digital future. Ladies and gentlemen, European research and innovation plays a key role in shaping the competitive industries of tomorrow, and the world's largest research and innovation program, Horizon Europe, as well as the Innovation Fund, the Cohesion Policy Fund, and the LIFE program are crucial tools in stimulating climate and environmental research and innovation, as well as their market uptake. As a concrete example, Horizon Europe contributes, for instance, in its energy, transport and climate cluster to around 15 billion in this financial period 21-27. The new war program covering the next 2 years is expected to be adopted at the end of these months. The new version of the set plan needs also to link into the policy instruments, and in particular into the research, innovation and competitive chapters of the national energy and climate plans. More imminently, these measures that are proposed under the Repower EU plan, more solar, wind, biomethane, renewable hydrogen, heat pumps, aim at accelerating the implementation of the Green Deal and reduce Europe's dependence on the fossil fuel. The combined power of European funds, including InvestEU 372 billion of public and private investment, supports both the research, innovation and rollout of energy efficiency, renewable grids, sector integration, hydrogen, which are all at the heart of this transformation. The next edition of the European Commission annual report on the competitiveness of clean energy technologies, which will come out in the coming days, will show big progress in many clean energy technologies in the EU, but it also shows, as I said before, that there is a lot to do. I will give you a few takeaways. The EU should continue to reduce its dependency on raw material, as the surging of their prices severely affect the competitiveness of clean energy technologies. With our European Critical Raw Materials Act, the European Commission aims at achieving this ambition. The EU also needs to deepen international cooperation and trade relations and overcome the shortage of a skilled workforce in various segments of clean energy technologies. This goes along with the new European innovation agenda, a stronger research and innovation ecosystem, enhanced cooperation between member states, and a continuous monitoring of national research and innovation activities. The report, on the other hand, confirms that the EU has remained at the forefront of clean energy research, with public research and innovation investment steadily growing, although still below the pre-financial crisis level. The gross value added of EU renewable energy sector kept increasing from 2019 figures, and the same trend is observed for EU production of most clean energy technologies and solutions in 2021. However, despite retaining a positive EU trade balance in some technologies, and wind is one example of that, the trade deficit increased in other sectors, including, for example, the heat pumps, a trend which is also due to the increasing EU demand for such technologies. Considering this trend and the estimate that half of the emission reduction expected by 2050 will come from technologies that are not yet on the market, it cannot be stressed enough how research and innovation activities and coordination are crucial to achieve the Green Deal objective and to increase the EU technology sovereignty and global competitiveness. I'm sure that together we can take up this challenge. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And please, Deputy Minister Nedela, the floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, friends, 2 days of full discussions and presentations are over, and I assume, according to the information from my colleagues, that they were useful and productive. Thank you, Massimo, for your summary of the conference, and let me also contemplate shortly the outcomes and main messages of this year's gathering. First of all, I am hopeful that this conference addressed in detail the topics highlighted in the main theme towards a new set plan, and addressed the question of how to further strengthen and improve the already robust framework of the set plan. I will highlight the importance of the set plan in 3 pillars. Firstly, formulation of the key technologies and processes needed for the successful transformation and influencing the decision-making and preparation of these strategies, such as the Green Deal for Europe. Secondly, creation of a network among the representatives of the Commission and Member States, businesses and academia through the former as the set plan steering committee, the European Technology and Innovation Platforms, and the European Energy Research Alliance, as well as informal platforms. Nowadays, it's much easier, as Paula mentioned. And thirdly, communication of the importance of research and innovation for the successful transition outside the research community, mainly through the set plan information system, but also through other means such as the annual set plan conference. The revamp of the set plan should thus build on these pillars, and hopefully this conference helped for further steer the discussion of the revamp and move it forward. On the top of high-level panels, there was a chance to dive deep into the discussions about the specific technologies and processes and their role in the future energy system. The idea was to address all important topics, and by doing this also show that to succeed in the transition, we cannot be on one miracle solution, but we need to pursue a number of different technologies. An approach which was also supported during the discussions. As Massimo touched upon most of the discussion topics, let me briefly sum up of one which was not mentioned or briefly mentioned is nuclear energy. As we could hear in the nuclear-related panel, nuclear energy has an important role to play in decarbonization, the production of electricity and heat. New technologies and small modular reactors can be a solution for countries which has decided to use nuclear power, such as the Czech Republic. Small modular reactors can be used to produce heat for district heating and industrial purposes, and I find the way Finland had presented very inspirational. The energy outlook is nowadays completely uncertain regarding the energy prices, energy supplies from unstable regions, and technology development. Thus, we need a coherent approach for technologies and foreign policy to prepare ourselves for a robust and resilient low-carbon energy system. The main challenge has been summarized by the Czech Research Center UREŠ. With this increase of the share of renewable sources, we need to assess the backup capacities. Thus, we need much stronger emphasis on energy supply security, stability, and predictability in combination with feasibility and economical efficiencies. I also hope that this conference helped to draw the attention of YAF to the topic of research and innovation and its role in energy transition. It is of utmost importance to research to reach the youth science. The ideas and motivations will play a key role in upcoming future. I am glad to say that technology, sciences, and topics related to energy have a very good basis in the Czech Republic. We also witness new generations educated in humanities joining and addressing topics related to energy transition. This holistic approach connecting technical and social science is, in my opinion, very important, since a lot of topics from energy poverty, system flexibility, energy communities to urban transition is based on social progress equally to technological advances. With this, let me close this conference with the wish that it was successful in bringing together people well-founded in research community, state representatives, and businesses, that it allowed fruitful exchange of ideas and of topics important from the realm of the set plan. It was an honor to host this conference in the Czech Republic under the Czech Presidency of the European Council. I would also like to thank the European Commission for the good and constructive cooperation in preparation of this conference. And I would like also to thank our team for preparing this conference in this busy time. Enjoy the rest of your stay in Prague and have a safe trip back home. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister, Deputy Director General. And with this, we just remain with a plea. Don't forget, there are still some two-side events after lunch, which we would like to invite you to. And we will keep the work on the revision of the set plan, on the many work streams, and already looking forward to the next annual set plan meeting in Spain next year. But in the meantime, a lot to be done and to be delivered. And thank you again for being there.